lizard.
Hello, chat. How's it going? I'm very eepy, so we're gonna take a nap. I should probably set an alarm, which I will do. Nope, wrong one. There we go. There we go. Hello. Thank you for the head pats. We're gonna take a quick nap. Quick alarm for 30 minutes. Excuse me. And then we'll get up and do stuff. Forgot to. Oh. There we go. Now it looks like my eyes are closed. Ha! Havocs. I'm not doing good. To be honest, my sore throat is screwing me over and I can't find my ID. Thank for the head pats. You know what that means? You know what that means, Vexed? You go to bed. Today's just not the day. Today's just not the day. Also, hello, Tricky. I have restarted the Minecraft server, so it should be good now. If you want to go play on it. But otherwise, I'm gonna take a nap. You guys have sound alerts if you need something. You know what? You're right. That's what I'm saying. Do a self-care day. Take care of yourself first. That's why I'm taking a nap right now. I have my blankie. I have Tricky. Yep, that's why I'm just laying here in my chair, ready to take a nap. To be honest, my headset's a bit uncomfortable. Have a good nap. Thank you, Tricky. But I have to wear it. Oh, I could like wear it upside down. Yeah. But I have you guys. You guys for always being here with me. Thank you guys for checking in every day. I almost just kicked my fan over. That would have been bad. Hi, Wacky. Thank you for the book. Don't forget to take care of yourself. Everybody should take care of themselves. I feel like I should be like laying the other way. But then I'm like so far from my mic. God damn it. I didn't think about that. I could move my mic. I don't know, move my mic. What the heck? Is nap time? Should I leave? This is making me feel creepy. We're all taking a nap. Not that creepy if you take a nap too. You know, if you take a nap, then it's fine. We're all taking a nap. I'm just, I'm just background for whatever. You know? I want to see myself out. Enjoy yourselves. Thanks, Wacky. Don't forget to self-care. Don't forget to self-care for yourself too. Come on, sleep with us. Phrasing. Sleep with us. Alright, I'm gonna shut the fuck up now, because if I keep talking, I'm not gonna be able to sleep. You guys are fun to talk to, so it's kind of hard, but... Elaine needs a nap because her meds are trying to kill her, and it makes me feel stinky poo-poo. I love you guys. Wait, is it failed to verify? Wait, never mind. Oh, is it good, Tricky? Is it good? Oh, Dance of the Moonlight Jellyfish. Oh my god, let's go. Third time is always a charm. Always. It might have needed a second because I restarted the server. I didn't just start it, I restarted it, so it'll be clean slated. My meds, man. Really kicking back today. Yeah. Yeah, but it should be all good now. If you need anything though, Tricky, you know where to DM me. Hi, Rhino. Thank you for the check-in. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Don't forget to take naps. Take care of yourself. Alright, good nap, chat. Good nap. Ugh. It actually was an awesome nap because I woke up and now my meds don't feel like they're going to rip my throat out. So that's poggin'. Oh my god, it's Miss Lane. Hello, Sheppy. Oh, hello. Let my nap be a reminder to please take care of yourselves. Get naps if you need to throughout the day. They're actually really good for you, especially if you take short ones. Oh, okay. I gotta get my advancedgg really quick and then we can start getting into it for today, alright? I'll be right back.
Father, help!
Have I been yeeted to the Neverlands? Seems I have. Except my keys. Alrighty. Alright. I am good now. Thank you for the song requests. Oh my goodness. Alrighty. Whew. Alright, let's go to the hub. I shall bring myself over. We're just gonna clear the stuff. And we'll bring BLT back. Hello, my loves. Hope everybody's doing well today. The server stopped again. Okay, well, hold on. Why did the server crash? It's really weird. Maybe I just start it instead of restarting it, it'll be okay? We shall find out. Whole question, you got Kiwi. How you doing, Kiwi?
Stay in the box! No! Stay in the box! No! Get out of my skin!
What the dog doing?
What the dog doing? That's me to the Minecraft server right now. What the dog doing? That's my bean chair. There we go. Alrighty. Hopefully the Minecraft server will be okay. I want some juice. You can have. We have apple cider. Would apple cider be good? Would you like some apple cider? Is it running out of memory? Could be. I might have to log into the Minecraft server. Is it warm? It's cold, but we can make it warm. Oh, my brain. I'm wondering if that's the issue. I think it might be okay now. Because might be running memory. Okay, I just saw Tricky join the server. Main production. Ew, that's a lot of stuff. Looks like the server might have crashed again. Did I tell you my aunt bought a bunch of fans? Oh, like new fans? Like new fans, like the fancy fan that you were having before, or like new fans? Or different fans? And fans, maybe? Because it was hot and I was using a so small. Oh, I'm glad you got a new fan. Is it like one that plugs into the wall? Download. Yo, nice. I'm glad. I'm gonna check one thing with our Minecraft stuff as well. Listen notes. No Fulton. I feel like our mod shouldn't be that bad at this point. I wonder if there's a Minecraft subreddit. Mod pack making subreddit. Time planning, knowledge of the game systems, and everything to know which mods you should and shouldn't include. So I'd love to have someone help us with this, I feel like. Nice. Last few days. Modded Minecraft. The subreddit is all things related to modded Minecraft. The Java edition is really good on the FTP launcher and ModDeck, but it says going to encompass all aspects of modding. The RSS is not affiliated. Okay. Cool. Only posts related to the mods, no toxicity, no explicit, no posts about cheats, no low advertisements, no deletion, no nothing for players, delete for server posts, no game crashes or error game personalized files. Okay. Maybe I can post here. Mod pack server. Creating mod packs. General questions. Questions. Hi, I'm Pauline. I've created my own Minecraft mod pack. It's a bit of a smorgasbord of, well, I gotta get packed up for work, then I'm gonna go to trivia at a local bar with some friends. Fun! I hope you have a wonderful day at work. If anybody's mean to you, let me know. I'll beat them the fuck up. But I hope you have fun at trivia, and I hope you win. I don't know what you win, but I hope you win. Yeah, someone was mean. I'll fucking beat them up. I'll eat them. Name and location. I got you. I'll eat them. Mix up mods I like and mods my community enjoys. Really new to creating mod packs and modding Minecraft on my own. I have a friend that helps me sometimes. I'd love advice on making this pack more. Kylie, some lady who was in town and tried to get in the lab that was staff only and was rude and called you names. All right, Kylie, you're gonna feel. I'm gonna chew you up, spit you out, only to throw up my stomach acid on you, and then I'm gonna beat you up. I'm gonna beat you up because no one calls my Sheppy bad names. I'll beat them up. Got you, Sheppy, no problem. Hopefully they won't be an issue no longer. At least that's my hope. And if they are, I'll come get them again. Cohesive can last through the ages. I want to chase her with a snapping turtle. Bro, that'd be amazing. But I would get fired. Is that how you normally eat? Yeah. Yeah. Also, I'll find a snapping turtle in the wild and I'll do it. Don't worry, Sheppy, I got it. I want to aim for a whole... hi, I'm Elena. I've created my own mod pack, and it's a bit of a mix-up of mods I like in my mods. And mods I created my own Minecraft mod pack, and it's a bit of a mix-up of mods I like and mods my community enjoys. However, I'm really new to creating mod packs and modding Minecraft on my own, as I have a friend that helps me sometimes. But I'd love advice on making this pack more cohesive and a stable one that can last through the ages. Somehow love to balance tech, magic, and thank you for the song request. Made me eepy. I somehow would love to balance longevity, also playability, my friends, and community. Elaine, you're still only. Oh shit! Thank you. Thank you, Jailer. All my friends and community. I want to balance the mod pack. I want to enjoy. Oh gosh, she's sleep work. Oh my gosh, she's sleep. Ooh, phone's vibrating. It's probably 3, isn't it? It is 3, which means it's time to post stuff onto the social media. This one. Boop, boop, boop. Copy one to put here. Boop. Okay, cool. Video editing. Star Pirate. And then is it gonna let me do it? There we go. Okay, gotta go have an amazing stream, Elaine. Bye! Bye, Shippy! Have an amazing time! Have an amazing time! I need to flip my headset back around. Originally, I put it on backwards when I was sleeping, but now I'm awake and it's uncomfy. He's uncomfy! Hi, I'm Elaine. I've created my own Minecraft mod pack, and it's a bit of a mix of mods I like and mods my community enjoys. However, I'm really new to creating mod packs and modding Minecraft on my own, as I have a friend that helps me sometimes, but I'd love advice on making this mod pack more cohesive and stable that can last of the ages. I would love to balance this mod pack for the longevity, but also playability for all my friends and community members to enjoy. Any advice is welcomed. I tried to make this pack like the bare minimum mod. Started with, but thanks again. Laundry is folded! Yay! Woohoo! Link to mod. Thanks again. The mod pack is called Milk Club. I think it's called Milk Club Beyond the Barn. Milk Club Beyond the Barn. Yeah. The barn on first. Add flares and tag. Looking for mods. Question. Discussion. And post. And 2 mod pack. Okay. Hopefully we can maybe have some help with that later. Save. Okay. Change cover to this one. Put that one on count. Nekarichi's is now cooked now, so we switch this one out for moons. I'm all good on that. I need to move Spotify. This already in the playlist. Which one is this one? Haven of Cavern of Remembrance. Cavern of Remembrance. It doesn't look like it's in the playlist, but I can add it. Cavern of Remembrance. Ooh. There you go. Alright. Alright, gonna go. Actually, we'll go here. Nope. Yeah. I love Jake. I love his music. He got good music. Uh-oh. 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 I will be right back. Okay, sorry, I'm back. The power to my PC like turned off, so my external battery turned on, and I was like, what the fuck? One of our outlets open. Head. Breaker didn't. Alright. We should be good now, though. Hopefully. Hopefully. Alright, got video editing to do. You know, every time DaVinci opens on this one, I always think that's Matthew McConaughey. I know it's not Matthew McConaughey, but it makes me think it's Matthew McConaughey. I legit forgot it's only Tuesday. Mood, dude. Mood! I also did not realize it was only Tuesday. Kinda feels like it should be like a Thursday. Oh, I forgot to put this back on too, so I was recording stuff this morning. Alrighty. Which one do I want to do? Maybe this one. What is the crop bear? What is the crop bear? Oh, is this VTO 78405? That's 8. Let's see, let's focus on them. Yeah, zoom in a bit more. Time that we're in love. Oops. Apply, retain. I retain. Zoom it out a bit more. Let me see how this looks. Oh shit, why did I turn? Oops. Oops. Today is all about technical issues. Technical issues. Okay. Maybe tomorrow. What? Try to turn this on. What is this called? What? What? Okay. I think I'll get another clip of Halki rigging. Let's do top 30 days. Or I could switch the beginning one. Do I not have this one? I do not. Okay. Alrighty. Okay. Oops. Let's scoot this over a bit. Same with this one. I live. Hello. back. Retain. We'll get the Minecraft code. And then one more collect. We have a peek. We get a peek. I don't know if it's a lie, if it's a fact. I really think it's some cash. I'm sitting out on my back. I don't like the cash. Don't fall just like you. Let's make just like you. Make just like you. Oh. Good night, Fixers. Have a good nap. Hello, Just Blaze. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Have a good nap, Fixers. No, this return. Oh, I need music. I'm just like you. What's this one? No. Today's pretty chilled. I'm glad. Hi, Andwaya. Perfect. Oh, is it gone? Oh, I turned it off somehow. Oh, okay, never mind. I guess it was a thing I turned on in DaVinci and I didn't know how to turn it off. But it's gone. I guess it's fine. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I'm pretty good. Had a bit of technical issues, but I think we're okay. Hope you're having a good day. I think this one's fine. Here, slept for like 3 hours, but other than that, I'm pretty good. Damn, 3 hours is just the bare minimum we all be getting, huh? Yeah. How's the 18? Yeah, how was the 18 hours of sleep? How was your other 18 hours of sleep? That was it good? Did you like it? Good time? What if I want to fall to the same old? I was in bed for 12 hours, but I had very broken up sleep. That's valid. The most important part is that you got sleep, and that you're taking care of yourself, and that you got sleep. But did you sleep okay, Canadian? Happy to see you here. If I wanted to fight, beg for the rest of my life, what would you do? You say you wanted more. What are you waiting for? Not running from you. 12 hours sleep would be a record for me lately. I honestly tend to sleep 12 hours. I tend to sleep from like 2 a.m. to 11 p.m. But I'm trying to get up sooner so I can do more stuff in the day. Google morning, Google morning. Only artist with a friendly. Google morning, go for morning. I sleep 10 to 12 hours a day. Yeah. I would even say it was heavenly, godly even. Fuck yeah. I'm glad you had good sleep. Good morning, everybody. Sorry. Oh my god. I think I think I like sneezed out my last brain cell. What the fuck? I'm gonna do this differently. I'm gonna put the Hawkey, the kind and balloon, trustworthy angel. No, it would be benevolent, trustworthy, who wants to learn more about humankind and hardly's ever taken one. The sweet bean enjoys their time on the web by sharing fun and playful art. Has a bit of an edge, but that's not all. They also help bring models to life with their rigging skills, and they write and they dabble in animation. Okay, cool. This Earthbound Angel can't learn humans just by drawing them. The current chapter of the Java book is short. Oh, is that a good thing? For some odd reason, my brother is Welsh. That's weird. That is very weird. It's like 2 anime must be Welsh. Obviously. Easy. Also, I'm gonna mute myself because that sneeze made me have a stuffy nose. So 1 second. Ugh. I've heard the song way too much recently. Never hear this song too much though. Using some type of VPN. Oh. Sure to stop by their streams while they're playing the game moment. It's usually my favorite, Minecraft. And hang out for some of their goofy moments instigated by chat. If confused and chaotic angels are your thing, be sure to check out their Twitter and stuff for art. Oh, that's the weird part. That is weird then. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, New Horizon, the Federal Style. Melancholy down because we never. Sorry, I was distracted with code. I know you asked me a question, but I don't remember what it was. Did you sleep good? Did you have good sleep? Love the song? I do too. For the land of forever. What? Love forever, love is free, love forever, you and me. Slide folder. What? I guess it's the content, like the artist page. Wow. Oh. Huh? Wait, no, I said oh, but I actually got confused. Actually, have I never did 13. Launching as a navigate. Ah ha 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 ha. I actually deleted. Okay, there we go. Oh, it was had weird anxiety dream. Not sure if I shared here, but my best friend is coming to visit me for the first time since we met 5 years ago. And she's just an amazing being, and I have been having anxiety dreams and nightmares about when she's visiting during Christmas. Aww, that's valid. But I'm sure you guys will have a great time. I'm sure it'll be loads of fun, but I can understand the anxiety. But don't worry, you're gonna have a great time. Time to study. Yeah, I guess it's time to study Welsh. We can all learn together. Clip operations, replace selected clip. Everybody in. Don't stop, get it, don't it. That's the thing, it's in English, but my browser is saying it's Welsh. Maybe secretly your browser is in love with Welsh. Maybe that's it. Alright, let's redo this. Wait, I wasn't selection only, was it? Nope. Okay, it still wants to scoot over just a little bit. That's fine. There you go. Had that, but it's usually because of usernames or unique characters. Oh, yeah, that's valid because of unique characters. That makes sense. Have I taken my Adderall yet? I haven't. Okay. I forgot to download the profile pictures again. Leave it to the writer to come in clutch. Yup. Nope, I can't type. Elaine, I thought my recipe was gone, but it's here. Oh, it's there. You found it. I'm so glad. This time it happened to me, it was Hungarian. I think there's something up. Kiko. Jazz. Save. Riku Chan. V-stars. Kibu Chan. And then Kyrie. Ooh. Let's do artist. Clip operations, replace rig. Track. Oops. Oh, I should add that in before it ends. Zoom is this one. This one. Y. There we go. it here. This one, apply. This one. Or this one over here. There we go. And the elemental P pop. You got some intro clip. This one. And then turn this one off for now. And then let's I like it. Okay, and then all is it scooted. Scoot. Save. Okie doke. Relationship. Ooh. Don't want cash, don't want cars, want it fast, want it hard. Don't need money, don't need fame. Wanna make a change, I just wanna change, I just wanna change. Just wanna change, I just wanna know exactly who I want and who I ought to be. 78, 26, I think? 413, even. It has no appeal, it has no appeal, it has no appeal. Okie dokie. Now I go from the beginning. Maybe I could use this one instead. I like the background of this one a lot more. Cool. Okay, that's better. Oh. No. Let's do this one. Routine. Let's do this one next. Okay, so this section doesn't super matter. Part anyway. Let's do this one. Link clips. Apply. Do half. Do another one. This one. Link clips. Apply. The other half. That is not half. That's like half. There we go. It's harder, even I know that. You for me, it's too soon to see. I'm happy when unusually hard to know. Lasers and blank pages, the easy way to say this. Meanwhile, ask for it 'cause you need one. You see, I'm not gonna let you a love song. Tell me, make a break in it all the way. All you need, I'ma need a battery. Yeah, bleh, I still can't find my ID, but I know it's in my dorm because I needed to get in the door. That's, at least it's somewhere safe. That's the important part, you know? That is somewhere safe. Do you wanna hear my heavy heart sings deep down under you in your... Let me think. Check every pocket possible. Yeah. Yeah, even your butt pocket. Could be in your butt pocket. Or jacket pocket. It's also possible. Because little bro lost his ID and it was in his jacket pocket. Or you put it somewhere reasonable, like a wallet. Let me see, I'm not gonna write you a love song. Bring it out in the air, make a break in it. On your way, I'm not gonna stay. All you need and I'ma need a better reason to write you a song. It's me. That's about the last place I need to check. I'm gonna do something real quick, no problem. What's the last place, Vex? Your butt pocket or pocket pocket? Make sure it didn't fall underneath or behind something. Yeah, falling behind stuff is usually a good place to look as well. 'Cause you need one. You see, I'm not gonna write you a love song. 'Cause you and me make a room. You need a love song. 'Cause you asked for it. 'Cause you need one. You see, I'm not gonna write you a love song. It's all the way. I need to stay. Maybe it's in like your bag. You have a bag. Hog.
Okay, I did the thingy.
Oh my god! Thank you for the tier 1 sub for 3 months. Thank you, Andrea. That means a lot. Mwah. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You support me and keep my lights on. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Is there a lost and found? Maybe it fell out after you came in. But do they need the ID? Vex, you need the ID to get in? Like, 'cause you said through the door, but that your room door? Or, like, the door, like the front door? If I leave it and it's in my room MSOL until my roommate lets me in or I pay $20 on a lockout, I would hide in my room, honestly, until I found it. Until, like, I was, like, for sure that it wasn't in my room, I would probably just find it. My school, when I lived there, you need the ID to get past the door. It was like a scanner. I just left mine in my wallet and waved it. That I had like a little ID holder that was my wallet. To study creative pursuits. I'm not gonna lie, this might seem silly, but I wore my keys around my neck. Nope, that's not silly at all. I did that as well. I had it on my lanyard. I was scanning into the door and show my ID at the door and scan it to the elevator and scan it into my room. Okay, then it's it. Then it's in your room. Then it's in your room. Definitely. Save. Pokemon. It is a good self-defense, you are correct. And then goblins here. Damn, we didn't scan it every step like that. Yeah, it's got a bunch more rigorous. The only place I would have lost it outside of my room is right out the door. Maybe it's still there. Just open the door. I had my student ID on the back of my earphone pouch because it has a card holder, so I won't forget it because I always have my earphones with me. That's smart. That's smart. I lost my keys. I forgot. I locked myself out of my dorm, I think, at least once. At least. I remember having... Well, no, it was at least twice. Because I kept forgetting my key. I just wasn't used to it. Let's just use this one. Please don't be a whippy. It's a whippy. There's a lot of extra safety procedures that are left over from the 80s, 90s when Detroit was still bad. That also makes sense, honestly. Bruh. Please just give me one of these. As not yes, JPEG Pog. Alright, let's go. VTuber. VTuber. Slayer. I think I won't put this in one. I've only been locked out at once, and it was at 3 a.m. Valid time, honestly. Oh, the misery. How will I want to be my enemy? Pokemon and Goblin Slayer. Oh, add track, add track. Boop, boop. I locked out like 3 days ago. Yes, I remember this, and you told us about it, and you had to call someone. Chinese. Streaming day. But if you and the relationship out there. Yeah, my school could stand to be a little more secure. I think most schools, especially before COVID, could have. Stop. Ne kaseku. Ore wa sta. Ne kaseku. Washi wa sta. Stop. Kira. Washi wa sta. Alright. Boop. Save. Wonder if the Reddit post got any traction yet. Oh! It's the first thing people will do when downloading your remote after all. Mine is always secure, like needing my ID 4 different. Mine is way too secure. Like that's valid. I could say like half that amount won't be good. Depends on what you achieve. There's a lot of type of mod packs and players out there. Personally, I like to play with large packs with gated content versus you play each mod fully to complete the pack. When you get like mod packs, you get like inspired, especially like Golden Age or something. I wanted to reply. Make all the mods and big chat guys. Because they switch override. I'm just in a to even close. Because it has a variety. On the downside is I'm just one bean. Beans. Was that a Discord? Better be safe than sorry. That's true though. because like yeah, I guess I'd rather be in a dorm that overdoes it than underdoes it. My school only had 2. You needed your ID to get in the door because you had to scan it, and then you had to show it to the desk person, and then you had a key for your room. But like that was like it. But my school wasn't the same. It didn't really have a campus. It was just like part of a city, so you didn't give and take the security or something like that, you know. I have to go to the bathroom. Alright, I'm gonna render this out and I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick. I'll be right back. I am back. Yeah, mine is also in the middle of a city, literally in Midtown, so you do have to be somewhat careful, but like 4 times is too much. No, yeah, that's totally valid. Welcome back, thank you. But I presume that I feel like reducing security would be easier than like adding security. So I could see why you're like, they could just knock it down a peg. No, thank you. I found it. Let's go. Let's go. Good job. Where was it? Where was it? Sorry that I burped. Well, let's go. I'm so glad you found it. It was in my jeans pocket. Fuck yeah. Poggin. Oh, fuck. That's the first time we've used that. That's the first time we've used that. Odds are rules are there because odds are the rules are there because of some asshole. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Silly rules are only there because assholes exist. Most of the time. Way to go. Let's see, Nova bold. You know what? I'm just gonna redo it. I remember last time I was doing this, I'm like, why are we doing it? But I just should. It's so much faster. Captions. Generate. Yeah, like I wouldn't want to lack those rules back during those riots. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Students' safety is most important. You're the future of us. I've done my schooling, and I'm definitely applying it in my career. I mean, I kind of am when I have contract work. Daily word defenstrate. What does this word mean? I've seen this word before. Oops, I did the wrong one. Shitty. Throw some. Oh. Well, defenestrating their friends. That reminds me when Pixels defenestrated me out the window. He didn't, but he picked me up and it was near a window and I got scared. And then we fell in love. I'm glad he's in the kitchen so he can't hear me talk about this. Okay, so I upgraded my RAM, or do I get a color correction panel? Ooh! Color correction panel is forever, RAM is temporary, kind of thing. A secret window? I don't know. Do you want something to put together? Do you want something that helps you now, or something that can help you later? That sounds like a Stockholm syndrome. Wait, to be fair, he only threw me over his shoulder, and then I just got spooked because he's so tall. I have a dream about a ceiling like that. An hour. Member of the Supreme Court has to study creative pursuits and new things. Or you might recognize their mortal form. Tall, handsome, muscular man who hasn't been thrown off of something before. I know I have many times. Combination of Fenstra being window. Thou shalt be de-windowed post. Yes, I was de-windowed by the love of my life when I first met him in person. It was very spooky. From a hotel window. In the safety 10 feet away from the window. And anime like legendary VTuber, Pokemon Goblin Slayer. And you get thrown flat on the ground and you let the wind escape. What the fuck? So Stalker? No. Pixels and I met up with friends at like a thing, and then we all hung out, and then he bet that he couldn't pick me up because I was the chubbiest girl in the room, and then he was like, nah, bet I got you. And I was like, haha, pussy, you won't. And then he did. And then he did pick me up. And then I got very scared. And I always tell that story as he threw me out a window, but I was very safe away from the window. Removing someone from their position. I was removed from my position safe on the ground. That reminds me of the time I got so pissed at my mom because she pushed me in a pool while I was in my pajamas, but I've gotten her back in spades. Bro, I would hate that, because pajamas are meant to be warm, cozy, and dry. If I was pushed in my pajamas, I would be so pissed off. Oh, streaming, they jump around interests like a goblin chasing townies. Okay, I think color correction panel is the way to go. Sounds good. Yeah, same. My mom disciplined my brother with crutches since he hit me in the face with wow. A shovel. Oh, that's a lot. Whatever game. Singing. Open. There you go. I pushed people in the lakes pool so many times and been pushed as well. I think I'm more fine with being pushed into lakes and stuff. I'm sorry, a shovel? Dude, the same. Shovel? Yeah, my thing was that I was just in a trampoline park. Yeah, the only thing that's happened, like, I've been pushed into pools and stuff before. The only thing that, like, hasn't happened to me, but I would not like it if it's happened, is, like, when you're having a birthday celebration and someone shoves your face in the cake. I don't really like that. Like, I was like, I was gonna eat that. Chat. I was sharing story. Oops, it's sharing stories. If you love chaotic pay, let's run over to check out the artist, milkclubmedia, wherever you're at, and make sure to check out her. Cool. I also thought it'd be fun to hit me in the car. Granted, it was like 5 miles per hour. Poor Kiwi. Poor baby. Don't worry, I will push you into the lake and pool or ocean eventually. Yes, I know how to do it properly so you don't hit anything. Yay! You have to come in earlier. That makes sense. He thought a metal shovel would be a good idea to empty a pool. Why? That would take forever to empty a pool. What the fuck? It would take so long. Oh, wrong one. 2.5. Let's say this kid pool. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, at least it wasn't like a pool. Like the kind you get at Costco. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes more sense. I like that. Did he perhaps get hit by it, a la Tom and Jerry? Why shovel when a bucket exists? That's a good point, because shovels and buckets kind of go hand in hand. Best you ever heard, best you known. Maybe you can try to post here when you try to build, and some people may get interested during the project. Mayhap. And now I'm sad about my grandma selling the lake house. It's okay, we'll buy a new lake house. We'll buy a new lake house, Vex, don't worry. We'll buy a brand spanking new one. We owned a shovel, not a bucket. Damn! Be rich and buy it back. See? See? We'll just buy a new one. We'll get rich and buy a new one. Easy. Oh, hello, world, and I can win with wide-eyed girls. La 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 la. Ah, fuck. It's like a frame too short, which is unfortunate, which is fine, but... Okay, that's fine. I've decided if I get cheat skill, I'm buying land and the entire milk cup. Yay! Cult. Milk cult. But we called it the Milk Club. Thought I was thinking about something, but then I forgot. This could fit here. There you go. We're not a cult, we're a dairy-based religious cooperative. Fuck yeah, we'd be the greatest commune ever. It probably would just feel like living in a college dorm with people, though. But you'd get your own separate houses. Do I have any serotonin fix I can replace for this week? I don't know. This one. Well, Wobbuffet. Doing Wobbuffet. And then... Who said I'm joking? Fuck yeah. We just need to gather a lot of money in one place, and we'll be great. Scoot it over a bit. Hog. I can run the communal kitchen. It'll be a lot of venison and fish to save on meat cost though. Man, does that mean I have to be the treasurer? Maybe? If you wanna. I don't see why not. Pixels will probably be like, never mind, that's too much work. That's fine, I'll be the treasurer. I'll hold the money, and then we'll distribute. It'll be a communal thing to take care of the money, I think, because then no one feels like... A Mosin is about 500 bullets. Do you need hunting licenses if it's on our land? Also, we could live near a Costco. And then we could just get stuff from there. Unless having a commune means that you can't go to normal stores. But I think we should still be able to go to normal stores. Sinka. Yeah, license to hunt or fish anywhere, at least in my state. Well, we'll go to a state where it's not necessary to do it on your own land, and then we'll be fine. Like I got myself. Or we'll just live near a Costco. Don't understand, you don't understand who I am inside. Go a little harder. Like, yeah, sorry for not answering there in the first place. Make a foundation you can expand on later. This is arguably the best way for longevity. Once you have a stable base for your mod, you can keep adding mods as you play on the world. Doing it this way also ensures you see everything is specific instead of being offered 1,000 of items and 100 machines, etc. That base should definitely include world gen mods that change noise, example tectonic, as adding or removing them later might cause issues. Early biome mods should be fine, speaking from experience. Since it's a private server, it shouldn't be too much of a problem if you're all fine with it, but I recommend using almost unified to avoid duplicate materials. It can alleviate your storage. You can eliminate duplicate ores from world gen by modifying the mod status pack to add them. Also, I remember looking at the mod list here. Can I give people stuff? I have no currency. Okay, but I still want to do some fishing for our food. Yeah, no, definitely. Oh my god, of course. Don't forget we need uranium enrichment program for energy purposes. Oh, yeah. I will make sure of that, no problem. Better chunk loading. Call less these. All I'm saying is you can buy ghost towns, mining towns in Colorado for less than some suburban houses. This is valid, Kiwi, but I have personal things where I can't. I don't know if I would move back there. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be frank. But maybe. That's a hard maybe because you can't beat that price. We could kick off that weekend. The issue with that would be water access. You can make aqueduct. I think that's how that works. Adorable little fairy. Industrial runoff. They're not haunted. At least I'm pretty sure it'd be fine if it's haunted. Look at that face. Look face. Basking in fields of flowers and vibing. I don't think we need food. Basking, flowers, vibing, frequency. How could this guy cause havoc and destruction? Let it be haunted. Adds more spice to life. Boost positivity. Colorado supplies California's water will be good. This is true. Shit, I've been to a haunted place and I ain't seen shit. Fuck yeah. You wanna boost positivity? That boost positivity wasn't the sign you needed. Some self-care. This TikToker has a clearest message for you. Take a nap. They're good for you, and I personally feel quite refreshed after. Maybe you're like my friend who wakes up sweaty after a nap. In that case, a refreshing trip to the beach. After the summer heat dies down, might be your speed. Your speed. Yeah, so we set up a permaculture? Fuck yeah, whatever. I'm down for whatever. Look at this tiny upper. Grabbing with the waves. You need to take time for yourself. Okay. I would say we put in the Midwest simply because the laws are favorable for farming and hunting. Okay. And we can do shipments for other wants and needs. Sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. This is fabric. Forge. Should I? Do we have them? I thought we had almost unified. Should I? Almost. Oh my god, we all don't have almost unified. What the fuck? It's from my chest cheat skill. I'll be a 1. Fuck yeah! Big box. Surprised we don't have this. What is canary? I can keep us fed tip to tail. Eepy! I like it. As long as it has pleasant weather. Sounds good to me. Canary? I'm not great at plants, but I'm good enough and can learn. It's okay. Not everyone has to contribute. You could, instead of farming, you could just water them. We could 3D print the- We could 3D print- We could. We could. I don't want the desert. I ain't built for the heat. Neither am I, so don't you worry. Canary is a general performance observation model. Lithium, it works in both clients. Canary also contains. Canary contains. Oh, we don't. Okay, so we don't have canary either. Despawn tweaks the despawn check to allow mobs. I'm built for barbarian witchers. I thrive in the icy north. Yeah, we'll go somewhere cold. Do you like dessert? And I love sweets. I love sweets. Sweets are amazing. This one doesn't seem bad either. I went to a bakery today. How was the bakery? What'd you get? Did you get anything? My sister did. That's okay. Did you eat any of it? Oh my god, those look so yummy. That cinnamon roll is drowned. That's like the only spelling mistake I can call out of a history test in middle school. And in general, the colder it is, the better the water access because the ice tends to scour the land, leaving spots for fresh water to collect. Ooh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Login timeouts, decoder extension, packet size of it, ghost block issues, play load too large, and more. This one doesn't seem too bad. Stay down. What's this one? Use a mod to deck report, remove large amounts of stacked items, and improving them performance. General. It was an Italian place. Ugh. I think I want to add these ones to the server. I don't know what's wrong with the server though. Chicken jerky. Chicken jerky. Okay. Oh, I have to check. Do I have to do that today too? I do, okay. I will do that in 10 seconds once I read. Oh, fuck, what the fuck, Kiwi? Jerk chicken. Oh, got it. Sorry. My bad. It's sorry. The brain rot. It's gotten to me. I think it might be because of no see, no tick. And if it's because... Jamaican smoked chicken. Yeah. Jamaican jerk chicken is the best. I don't think I've ever had it. But they've got gelato, affogato, cannoli, tiramisu. Oh, tiramisu. Fuck. I want tiramisu. Okay. Okay. I'll check those later. Alright, I can just start editing these. I forgot. Okay. Alright, comes. I'll save audit as. There's a template. What's wrong with Luigi? Why did you get? Sorry, oh, Mario, not Mario. Save. Allegedly. Missions. Video 2. Video 2. Oh shit, is this audio split? Was not expecting that. I gotta run an errand real quick. Sound good? We'll be here. 33-ish. No, I'm not sure ideas with this one though. 6 to 33. Wait, I just realized an issue with my hunting plan. I cannot make halal meat or produce, I think is the right I do not know the process of halaling meat, so that would be a predicament, yes. Isn't it just how the animal's prepared? Possibly. As long as you say Allah's name, God, and Islam when you shoot it. Is that real? Source, my family's Muslim and they're very really. Oh. Is this real? Okay, well, maybe Andrea can pass over the blessing, you know? Kind of forgot about that part. Valid. We could just pass it on. Or we just get someone who can make the food halal. Yeah, or just take Andrea with you, and then Andrea can do it. Or we just get someone else to do the hunting. We just got a letter song lyrics. Is that the right one? Yeah, that one has like piano with it. Yeah, I'll just make someone else drop it and I can do the rest. I wasn't even baptized. Valid. No time song. I'm looking for the we just got a letter, we just got a letter, we just got a letter. I wonder, but I'm trying to get it without the instruments or without the lyrics. But cause like I think the one in the show had like a cowbell in it, and I can't seem to find that one. When I was younger. Let's see. Do you hear the story from Steve about how they do the drawing clues? I did not. Is it good or bad? Should we hear the soundbite or the jingle? The jingle. Need more water. How about getting wilder? Okay, so now I want to do like a little pom-pom. Did I ever ask Ursa for emotes? I forgot. We fell apart. No one dares. Find her. Do. Is it PNG? Yes. Oh, with a fairy tale, even though it hurts, I don't care if I lose my mind. Let me do the subtitles really quick. Oh, I have to start this from like here. Basically, he couldn't draw, and no one in the project were fast enough while doing it consistently. So there was a person who did every take in filming would run late so she could draw. Aw, well, at least I had someone to draw it. Gosh. See. His face. Damn. It sucks. So apparently the janitor has a crazy acting career while being one of Disney's That's crazy. That is crazy. What? Oh shit! I loved that guy. Damn. I like Ursula's voice. Ursula has a nice voice. Let me bring in. Why not save it? Video to dump. Oh. Is there? Is it not applying? Also, I bit my lip accidentally for too long and now it hurts. I don't really have an idea for this one, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna track mono. I'm gonna try to get the mail time song though. Watching Halky play Food Guest yesterday really makes me want to invent a dish that sounds like it could be from anywhere, but it's literally technically America. I don't believe in you. I could see you doing that. I could see you doing that. I could popularize my cookie pies. Cookie pies are a big thing already, aren't they? Okay, I guess I'll just download this one. Cause to start with cookie crust. Ooh, when I think of cookie pies, I think of making a cookie into like a brownie pie. I hope you have free refreshing water, Andre. The video. Convert to MP3, done. We just got a letter. We just got a letter. I mean, back vocals, back vocals. Why does none of these sound the way that I think of it in my head? Why Milka, we could make our own big good company on the level of Girl Scouts? This is true. This is how I would run my mafia, technically. Why does mail time not sound like the way it does in my head? Am I looking up the wrong thing? We just got a letter. Song lyrics. I found it! What kind of crack do they use? I'm presuming it's like a side business. It's just a cover up. Oh my god, cancel. Can't cancel. Jesus. That's not what I wanted. We just got a letter. We just got a letter. We I just got a letter. I wonder who it's from. Boop. So I'm converting to an MP3. I cry. So I forgot to click the button to make it an MP3. With the music, it actually sounds like kind of good. This part needs to get raised higher though. By the way, have you updated your bingo card? I did, I think last week. Let's see. Nope, 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 nope. Waiting for this one. Nope, nope. 50% there. I haven't gotten canceled yet, but this is like I have to wait till the end of the year kind of thing, I think. Haven't read a full book, haven't crocheted a blanket. I'm not learning Blender. I don't necessarily think I know how to cook something new. Catch up on my movie list, that hasn't happened. Make a coloring book hasn't happened. Take more pictures have kind of happened, but I want to take more pictures this fall. And I haven't had time to start a junk journal, so. Smile. I think this was good. I don't think it needs more than this, maybe? Just because I don't really know what to do with this one. Workspace. This is not where it should be. It should be up higher. Surprised your therapist has encouraged you to journal. By the way, how was therapy? Today was good. Practiced more of sitting with our feelings because I don't do that a lot. I understand my feelings, but I don't sit with them a lot, which many neurodivergent people don't tend to do. But it was good. And honestly, it's because I really don't have an interest in journaling. Excuse me. I journaled when I was a kid, and then my mom read it, and then I was like, not doing that again. Template. Actually, I should render that one. Come on. Driving with my darling, faster than I should. Driving with my darling. I got that one. Video editing. Ursa. TikTok. Ursa. Rita. Ooh, fun. Send help. I have black coffee with sugar, but I'm out of coffee creamer. Milk. Put milk in it. You could try doing a video or an audio journal too. That way you could just talk through your thoughts and save it in a file somewhere. That sounds very public. My feelings stay in my head or they go to pixels most of the time. Because it's not the fact that I don't understand my feelings, it's the fact that I have to sit with them. So, if I were to do that, I probably just would record and then not deal with my feelings. So I'm like, okay, I recorded them, I'm fine now. Instead of, like, actually sitting there and being like, hey, me, what the fuck is up? That's the thing. My therapist was like, you gotta work on just being there with your emotions and being okay with them. Translation. I used to do an audio journal, and not gonna lie, it helped a lot. That's valid. I just have to get better at talking to myself. But then my drive got corrupted. Ooh, yeah. That would also kill me. I did the coupon song. Alright. Also, I kind of treat my writing as a journal in a creative way. I think I've just been burned by having a journal. Because my mom read it, and so I'm just kind of like, eh. What was the notes for this one? I'm so sorry, I had to go back and clip this one from Twitch because there was an issue with the VOD when I tried to clip it and resolve. I think having the one duck quack or the ace attorney revelation sound, and I realized the translation would be great. Don't really have any ideas for this one. And draw for yourself or something. What I do is I stream. Streaming is my emotion reliever. I sit here and I stream because it makes me feel better. That is me. That is why I do it. Save. Hold on, I need to go back to the other one. How did I do this one? Stop making excuses and self-care? This is my version of self-care, butt face. This is just what it looks like for me. What it looks like for me and what it looks like for me, writing is not therapeutic. I don't like writing words. Writing words suck dick. But for you, it's fun. And that's completely valid. That's just what it feels good to you. For me, what feels good to me is streaming. Holding myself accountable to do the projects that I fail to do is what makes me happy and what keeps me in check. Everyone has their own ways of coping with how they feel and, all that kind of stuff. And this is how I do it. And I think there ain't nothing wrong with that. Oh, video one. It's this one's up there. 3 years of notes. That shit was not fun. Yeah. And also that fear of loss for me. The fear of loss would be crippling. With streaming, I get sad if I lose VODs, and I got really crushed when I lost The Walk Amongst the Wilds, but it also let me be like, okay, but those VODs are temporary. My emotions and my connection to you guys are forever. Because you know what I'd be doing if I wasn't streaming? Sitting here quietly doing this anyway. Actually, I probably wouldn't even be doing this. I'd probably... Oh god, what would I be doing if I didn't start streaming? I'd probably be working a soul-sucking 9 to 5 right now. This is my 8-hour meditation time. The only time that I'm stressed when I'm streaming is when I collab with other people because I want to make sure they're having a good time. I go into mama mode. I could do the Dark Souls meme here. Okay. What did they say? I think having one duck quack with Azers in a relationship when I realize friendship would be really great. Okay, Brayden, how's it going in this magnificent? Good. We're talking. Damn, I hate clipping on mobile. I lost the clip while editing. Oh no. The clipping and VODs are temporary. The memories we have together forever. But good. I was just talking about how I don't journal my feelings, even though maybe that's the typical thing to do, because that's not what I do. But what I do is I stream. The streaming makes me feel good. I have an idea. Video editing. Oh, it's the Jeopardy sound. No need to hide. Don't feel too bad. I was gonna tease you for calling me a butt. I was gonna say a lot meaner things. To be fair, I was gonna say a lot meaner things. Because I felt judged. I feel judged for not doing what other people do. But I think it's okay that my thing is streaming. What I do for me is streaming. But I'm being nice. A B C D E F H I Jeopardy song. Stay solid, gang. Gonna go train with the homie Lucario. Have fun with Lucario. Get beefed up. It's like really loud. And I need like a ding. Now I won't do you wrong. Doctor song? We do a quack. Okay, I'm back. Phone died, but they had cheesecake, so I legally couldn't leave till I had some. That is fair. That's very fair. How was the cheesecake? Was it good cheesecake? S D A B C D E F G H I J K L M N P Q Q R Q R. Yeah, I think we're getting Mega Lucario on Pokemon Unite. Pog? Pog? It's pretty good, a little overcooked, but I can't blame them with the output they have to match. I think I speak for child when I say we care about you, and if streaming is your outlet, then that one's work for you. Thank you. I just felt a little judged, because streaming does mean a lot to me, and that's why I try to be here every single day for you guys. Because at the end of the day, if it's not for you, it's for me. But it's an added bonus if I get to keep you guys company in your days. Playing up all night. This time, something in the water in Berlin. After up and gets under your skin. I'm always here lurking. Aww. That means a lot to me. I love keeping you guys company. I want to grow old with you, chat. Can't wait. I can't wait to grow old with you, chat. Oh yeah, okay. Do I have the Dark Souls death sound? Dark Souls, you died. Yeah, I did. And gets under your skin. Something you said. Doesn't matter who you are, who you with. Compressor. Oh shit! I was away. Did something happen? Love you, Lane. Hope it gets better. No, I was just happy that I get to be here for you guys. I'm just happy that I got to stream, and that streaming is therapeutic to me a lot of the times, and that I get to hang out with you guys. Cause I would be very sad if I wasn't here. My eyes. Is there anything? Would making this full screen look better? The other way instead. Let's see. Death sound. I wonder if it's shorter. Dark Souls, you're dead. Custom. Was that so? Well, I'm glad you're here, and I hope you can stream for as long as you want. Eepy! Me too. Me fucking too, dude. Cause I love it here. Ooh. That's not what I want. I'm taking away the vibe. Ooh, perfect. Going to take out the trash really quick. We'll be back soon. Sounds good. We'll be here. Love into your life. What happened to your life? I need a text effect. Text plus. Bid. What was the font? Optimus? Optimus Prime? I gotta restart DaVinci. Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some advancedgg. Screen is awfully bright. Everybody else comment on my Reddit post. It's like my first Reddit post. Oh no. Translation goof. Oops, not that way. Not that way, it's this way. Stupid. Alright, we'll just do got him. I think that's a funny little edit. I'm the Mr. Sunshine. All jokes are here for a long time. I know. Mr. Optimistic. That ain't realistic. Create. Single. Create. And then let me read the next one. Awkward development. 100% want something like a vine or boom, but I have a great time. When the guy drops into the water, maybe some kind of like everyone like that didn't like that joke, maybe. Okay. Okay. In other language. That's not gonna fit. Yep. Word. Solving mystery. I need to cut these a bit. You know what? Okay, I think this was it got funnier to me the more I edited. Oh wait, instead of word it should be like question mark, question mark, question mark. You want it to be. This one has to be quieter. It's killing me and I. No time, baby. Okay. Am I in how you want it to be? Tell me, baby, 'cause I need to know now. Just 'cause loneliness is killing me and I. With you, I lose my mind. Maybe one more time. Okay. Much better. Oh, but baby, I wasn't supposed to know. There wasn't one here. Track, workspace, script, prompts. I don't know if that's you. I don't know why I find that one so funny, but I find it actually quite funny, so I hope they like this one. The awkward development is the next one. That one needs more specific stuff because they have more specific instructions. That is good. We like direction. Give me a sign. Oops. Translation goof. Under the key window on. Nothing you think I am. Alright, template. The next one was called awkward development, I think. Yeah, awkward development. Awkward development. I have a, Andrea, are you here right now? If not, that's fine. I'll DM you about it. I'm just curious about something that happened to me the other week. How much would you, my dear, charge? Okay, if someone was like, I need you to do a long form video, and they kind of gave you all the assets, but they kind of didn't really, and you don't really know anything about the subject, and you have to edit the video within 30 hours, how much would you charge for that? I'm just curious. Hi, Ozo! Hello! I'm just curious if I underbid. Probably did, but it's fine. I'm just curious what you would put yourself for doing that. Okay, hold on. This is all night. One depends how long the video is, how much raw footage did they give you. It was very fucking messy. Like, they gave me all the raw footage I needed, but it was kind of like I had to redo it. Like, not entirely, but like a good bit, because I want to be honest, stuff was not clearly labeled. So I had to kind of guess, and the video was like 17 minutes long. Okay, so what was this one? This one was like, how does I want something like a vine boom? Bye, have a great time. When the guy drops into the water, maybe some kind of like, everyone liked didn't like that joke, maybe it's to the honorary. Okay, I think I got this. So right here. Okay, and then I kind of want her explanation over here, like. Oh, okay. Bye, have a great time. I think we don't need that one because it's kind of a repetition of the previous. I think the honest ends here. Do I have that audio clip actually? Do I have the bye have a great time? Back buttons! Push all the buttons! They do a bunch of different things. Bye. Have a nice time. Because I usually charge between 35 to 45 for a 15-minute long video with a maximum length of 25 minutes, and my rush fee is 1 to 2 day delivery is about 200 to 300% of the agreed upon price. Okay. Okay, so I just, okay, then I didn't jip me. Okay. Sorry, didn't scam myself. Sorry. A lot of people charge a fee for having to sift through and organize notes. It's usually not a lot, but it does add to your... Oh, yeah, that was honestly, that's what fucked me over, was that it took me a while to do that. It's kind of sat weird with me at the end of the day, but meh. To push me and go download. Let's. I want when the camera shifts right there. Pop off, because that's such a nice rush fee. It's a good rush fee. But then again, stuff like subtitles aren't included if it's long form, at least in my case. No, yeah, it didn't have long form. Here, I can send you the video. And then you can be the judge of... And then I'll, like, let you know. I feel like it was a right price, in my opinion. But, like, I had to remake a lot of things. And that kind of sucked. But I think they got their old editor back, so I think they'll be okay. I actually don't know. They only posted 5 days ago. They're supposed to go again. Average month is about $300. Oh. I don't know if that's good or bad, but it sounds good comparatively to America. Wait, what? I want to split this. I have the bottom clip, zoom, tilt. That's always my thing where I tilt it. What? I copy the thing wrong? Oh, I think I might have copied it. God damn it. I'm sorry. I feel like that'd effectively be close to our minimum wage knowing the situation going on. I don't know what this means. There you go. I just don't want to start like a Vine boom or every time. Maybe some kind of everyone didn't like them. Maybe a studio audience. Goodness. Wait, let me do a little bit more. Got me hot, not pretty. Something like this feet. I think that's okay. Timeline. Yeah, a crazy client went on a week-long trip, and he wanted to turn 150 gigabytes of raw footage into a 20 in a week. That sounds terrifying. I think I would have died. I think I would have been like, okay, I am deceased. Right. We need to. It was terrifying, but I basically got a CPU upgrade out of it. Fair. Out of the way. Does that fit? What did he have to have that much? Why did he have to have that much? I know stuff like slow-mo can measure file size and terabytes are larger. That's a good question. What did they need it for? Whoa, that is a lot. This one I'm not make small. How much would it cut it down if I removed this section? I'll render it twice because I don't know. Good. Good development. It reminds me of the one time I edited an ad for Villa, made an Indiana Jones style travel map. That's so cool! Whoa, that sounds like my writer friend who started recording videos. I was like, you don't need 4K for TikTok about crafts. No, you don't. Like, 1K is fine, because it'll probably get compressed down to 720p. Oh, screw this. Two. One. If you, well, I gotta send something to Sim. Save. Hell, the cinema center is still 2048 by 1080. Yeah, like a lot of it gets compressed, and I feel like a lot of people don't realize that stuff like that gets compressed still, which I think is funny. That's okay. That's okay. People will learn eventually. They'll learn when their hard drive crashes, or they'll learn when they can't fucking load the file. So they'll learn one way or another. Alright, video 5. Oh, this one's split. This one's audio is split. I find it very interesting that Ursa gives me split audio, because I've never had a client do that for me before. No, I'm not complaining. I quite like it actually. And then but then again, Cinema has a different file format, but that's the whole, yeah, that's valid, but I still think, you know, you don't need the greatest quality for things. What was the notes? I didn't read the notes on this one. Started around 11 seconds or whatever you think works best with a JoJo to be continued meme. I'd like to have this, to have the JoJo, to be continued meme that drops right as it cuts to credits. But I think it'd be really funny if the audio continued and if it went, Toby Fox, you son of a bit, and then cut off over the song playing. Okay. Okay. Fly. Unless you're going to zoom in or you're doing beauty stuff, 1080 is the way to go. Started at like 11 seconds. See. Okay, I think that makes sense. Okay, let's do this over again. To be continued meme. Don't you stay. It's a PNG or JPEG. Oh, I gotta look at the meme. I haven't. Need to rewatch Jojo's Bizarre Adventure. Valid. Valid. The fuck, Couch Hop? The fuck? Okay. Okay, so I see. Okay, so we want to do like a freeze thing here. And then prompt this. And then I wonder if this one has it. No, I'll just download it from here actually. To be continued. I don't know. Oh, it's right here. Okay. That's actually really funny. It's actually really funny, okay. At speed point, freeze frame. Oh God. At speed point, freeze frame. I think it's. I think it's fine if it ends there, right? Okay, so now this one needs it needs a filter. I can try the color compressor because I know how that one works. Wait, what does this one look like? Not that one. Yeah, I think I have to do the color compressor, which is fine. Target color is like an orange. Stay for lights are my beloved, yes. Ooh, not that one. Not that one. Yeah, it's like that, right? Oh, God damn it. I have to look at the fucking thing again. I'm sorry. Hold on, wait. Maybe I can get a different one that's like different. Because maybe having a guy put a gun up to his head maybe isn't the best one. Okay, here we go. Okay, so it's like that. So it's like, yeah. And then we can like up the luminance a little bit. And then for added comedic effect, we'll rotate her. And then we'll add the same effect plugins to here. So it'll be okay, on God, think that's actually kind of funny though. She's saying Toby Fox, you son of a bitch, because she realized that it was the end of a chapter. Why she couldn't keep going because it was the end of a chapter in Undertale, the newest one, Deltarune, and she's like, Toby Fox, you son of a bitch. That's funny. Okay, and then I just need the to be continued JoJo. I just need it to be transparent. I don't trust that one. I trust this one. Sure. I'll just do like this. Alright. And zoom out. Does the position of it matter? I think it's supposed to be like in the left-ish. Like that? I couldn't put it any well, I could put it like here. Actually. Put it like, I could put it where the captions would go, and I think that might be a good spot for it. So there wouldn't be captions there. Oh. Back down. Alright, timeline, audio, create. I'm home towards the setup and I'm waiting on burgers! What kind of burgers? May I have one? Oh my god, burger. Food. My sister-in-law is baking some in the oven. Oh, homemade burger. Oh my god. What's this one? Box. Oh, she also got. Ooh, I love Arby's curly fries. Arby's curly fries are really good. Okay. I have to go to the restroom. So I will render this, and then I will go to the bathroom, and then maybe art? Feeling art, maybe? Oops. That's wrong folder. Son of a... Save, close. Let me upload these. Commissions. Folders. Link, copy link. Cookies. Make 2 versions of the cool. You owe me $4, Missy. Oh, true. Let me do that though. Actually, though, let me do that though, because I should do that. Actually, thank you for reminding me. That is not a J. That is real. Let me pay you real quick. Let me pay with the agent. This. You. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna do this really quick. Do they not have PayPal? Can I not pay you with? Oh, probably because you don't have PayPal.
No,
Let me do that really quick. Where's my wallet? Where's my wallet? I should do it with my debit card, actually. Hold on. Okay, I will do this. I gotta go to the bathroom. I will do this and I will come back. I love you guys. Be right back. I've been muted this whole time! I've been talking to you guys for the last few minutes. I was talking about the onions, how I've always just cried because of the onions. I've never really tried to do anything about it. I fucking fuck, man. I was having a whole ass conversation. Good job, Diggs. Alright, does this thing not have the thing that I thought it did? That's it off. That's it on. It doesn't have like a little filter thing? Hold on. I thought I had a filter when it turned on. Show transition. Nothing that I need. Maybe? Okay, that was bad. I want like barn doors. No, Elaine took her meds and we No! No! Don't say that. 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 That's spooky. It's a cut. Maybe the show transition needs to be a Uma one? Ah, here we go. Like one. No. I think burst is fine, we just make it faster. Yeah, iris. Yeah. Yeah, okay. There you go. And I chose are the hardest no matter what I'm day. I'm trying to try to do it. Just do a and it was like a hey. We're the devs from enshrined Headwinds Studio. Over the past few months. Alright. Thank you for the wellness check. Alright, what am I doing? What am I doing now? Let's go check on wife. Wife is doing about the day still. Havoc. Oh, Havoc's doing a thing. Eve of Ruin. Very cool. What am I doing now? Art, probably? Art. Ooh, we can make more stuff for Jelly Bean. For the milk beans. Or we could do live 2D stuff. I think I might do a little bit of both. You're doing a flip. Bet. I can do one of those. Well, did you like that? Eh? Eh. Hell yeah. The day is not the challenge. Ooh, I know. Where is... There we go. I want to add a new hat. Down sometimes. I need a circle. I'm making one specifically for you, Andrea. First, I'm gonna try to. I don't know how well this will work, I'm gonna be honest. Oh. What the fuck? How do those look? I can't keep it a surprise because I don't know how to draw one. The sunshine on my Sunday best. Makes it way up and feeling where you feel surrounded. Oh my god, for me, yes, for you. If I can do this. There is no way around it. Everyone falls. I don't know, it'll all be fine. And then hey, I'm feeling good. Like I should. Look around the neighborhood. Never stressed. Sunshine on my Sunday best. I don't think I did what I wanted it to do. Around the neighborhood. There. And then ooh. Come down a little bit more though. And then merge down. And now I have to decide if I want to do like this. I think I should have made this part gray. Something on TV. Think of all you and me. Rushing to you. Living a better life than you ever did. About is you. Nights in the middle of June. I know if you're happy or not. You like see the head? Oh, how you me too. And oops. Two late nights in the middle of June. And then all I think about is you. This looks a little wonky, don't it? Should I make the inside of this black? Maybe like a less transparent. Yeah. Think about you, very more than you. Oops. Okay, so I got that layer and then new. I was kind of thinking more like the bubble one. Like my brain's like, how do? Go. March down. There we go. Taken away to the dark side, I wanna be your thing. What's going on? If you're gonna stay, I just gotta know. Assistant for the screen. I don't actually know what I'm doing. I think so. I want to do like a little walkie-talkie kind of thing, cause like you'd have to have like a little thing on your helmet to be like, Houston, there's a problem. You know, you'd have to have a little like walkie-talkie thingy. There you go. That's part of this thing. Yeah. I should have just made this layer white, or maybe gray, and then some more transparent gray. Yeah. Now you're a little astronaut. Now you can be a little astronaut. And now I will move BOT. Not me. BOT, you're gonna go into the void for a little bit. Actually, let me move you. I feel bad if I put you in the void, so let me sit up here. Mission, enjoy my ride. Feeling so good, feeling so great, feeling so out of body. Merge down, merge down. And then choose file. Gear. Upside down, BLT, yes.
Am I just a decoration to you, mother?
I never said that. No, you're just a little bit in my way. And I think that's fair. Save and reload. Did I have a flip? Is it me or did his voice sound different? Did it? Did it? It could have. Maybe they updated it?
Pog online poggers.
I don't think so. Did we accidentally put some filters on it? We did not. Did it sound normal that time? Hats. No, that sounded normal? I don't know. Oh, it automatically positioned. Yay! Save. And then while I'm here, I'll make Kiwi's thing. Hold on. I think it might have just said the line slower than I was expecting. Ah, that's valid. That's valid. Maybe it's because you put the menacing nature in it, you know? You're like, I'm gonna spook Elaine with this. And it's like, oh god, you bet. Kiwi, do you want your feather, your fur coat, or both? Because the fur coat's gonna look a bit more like a feather boa than a fur coat. I mean, I could always draw the fur coat first before you decide. I need this to be. I'd love to see it. Let's see. It'd be like. Does my. I'd assume you do it like the backpack, but I'm okay with a boa. Oh, I was thinking it'd be like this. You know? But like... I could also extend it downwards. But if I do extend it downwards, I have to make a hoodie. Because Pixels requested a hoodie, and I said I wasn't going to do clothes, but this kind of just looks like clothes. So I will have to make his hoodie. But I don't mind. I'm be honest, it looks a little like a parasite. I think I made it look a little bit like a parasite. That wasn't my intention, to be honest. I think it's because this is so far out. What does my heart cry? Feelings and high. I'm gonna pull up a picture of Kiwi. Chibi's? No, I did the. It's in my. I can't do it because it's outside the thing. Damn it. Okay. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, this is what I wanted to make smaller. There we go. I think having the inside be a little more defined helped it. And I could. Motherfucker, time to train. Chain like me. Your pretty face. Can't come, this is not a dream. Wishing you were not again. There you go. Just holding my hands on cold. Oh, this is not a Alright, new layer. Make this 8 again. You can't because this is not a dream. I'm machine, not a movie. Let's go from my hands on. Oh, I like that. Thank you for the boop. And the wellness check, thank you. Kind of don't like the way this is sitting. And there's a little badonk-a-donk. The ways of the What is this cute? What is this creature you're drawing? Hello, lunatic. Welcome on in. I'm drawing the milk bean. This is my chat avatar. I'm giving them little. I'm giving you guys little accessories. All the lonely people. I love them. Thank you. It comes in a bunch of colors. I get started. Hold on, wait, let me connect it. Down below there's a stream avatars panel and you can pick whatever color you want. Go. Alright, along with his name. Trying to make a hoodie, but I don't really know how to make a hoodie. Oh, it's kind of sick actually. Thank you. It was hard at first, but then we got it. How do I give him hoodie? This doesn't really look like a hoodie. I feel like I guess I could make the line art smaller for it and try it that way. I could do like 5. And do it that way. I think. And then it could go like this, and then like... The only thing I don't like is that it like covers the arms. Because I think the arms move separately sometimes. Oh, look at it! Pixels, what are you doing over there? Get back in there. I think in exchange I'll just make glasses. Pixels wanted glasses. But instead I have to look good. Oops. Erase. Duplicate. And then we make this negative and flips. And then down. Ooh. Ooh, that's like not that transparent. Brighter. glass. Oh. I like that. Make it a little bit brighter. Oops. All the lights. I think it's only oops. All the lights. Yeah, it's like one off, so I think that's fine. So now we have square glasses. And then round glasses. 6. Oh, it's 5. Look like a little nerd. Look at you. I look like a little nerd. He looks very well educated. Actually, there's just a little guy. Circle glasses. I feel like I need to rotate it like a little bit. Hold on. Maybe not. Okay. There. I was asked to also do aviators. Okay. Like straight across. Hey, it's Harry Milkbean. What? Harry? Who Harry? Duplicate. Push down. I could do like blue. I was going for Harry Potter, but I can't actually add ER to that. That's valid. Maybe I should make the glasses lighter. No, I like that. Actually, I'm gonna make it darker. He wields bean magic, he does. It's like not getting more trim. There you go. Okay. And this is aviators. Circle. Does BOT 8 a magic? Does that mean? Yeah, he did. Where? This is why you don't see him in the world anymore. BLT ate them all. I feel like I'm forgetting one that I want to make. I want to add one more hat. Silly hat. IP impulse is crazy. A bucket would be cute. Can I fit a bucket? I wear. No, they didn't. They immediately became a low spice plane. New group. What if I could draw a little kiss? It could be like. Oops. Be like this. If you made a bucket hat, you should read it so we can hold the bucket. Why do you want to hold the bucket? Oh, I should make handheld items though. Wait, what does a kiss mark look like? Okay. This shit. Over me. Maybe this is gonna be like a Valentine's special one. Do your fangs mess up your lipstick? Yes. That's why I wear mostly chapstick. So then it doesn't matter. I'm making this too complicated, maybe. Sounds kind of violent. There you go. Kiss. And then... Alright, let me try to make this bucket. 8. It's made too wide. Actually, maybe I should do it like here. Honestly, it's like kind of hard to draw things in pixel art because like you have to do it like in the angle that you want it a lot of the times. Because rotating it kind of makes it look bum. You better watch. Make sure you have pixel perfect turned on. I do. I was like, what the fuck is that? And then I saw that I do have it on. What does that do? I don't actually know what it does. I just have it on. I think it was on by default. Does it look like a bucket? I think it needs like the little handle, right? Oh. Basically smooth the pixel placement for things like curves and diagonals. Oh, that makes sense. It makes it look like a cup. Bucket hat. Literal. Literal bucket hat. Okay. It might help to make a handle of a different color. Ooh. Maybe I can make it like darker. I just like don't, my brain's not comprehending how it's supposed to sit. Oh, like yellow? Okay. You could have the handle lay on the face. Yes, let me make a new layer. Like, maybe like this. Like a child's helmet. Oh, like this. I could make a bigger one where it's like this. And it kind of like sits like this. He looks like Abraham Lincoln. Wait, hold on. Abraham Lincoln! I kind of like this one. Just have to fix the... The beans are pretty small. They are pretty small. I like the handle up too. Good. I think it should just be like this. Wait. What? Bucket. Chest hair and a gold. Okay. I gotta make this thicker. It's 6 and 8. Hold on. I think I'll just do it like this. Can you duplicate? Yeah, I can duplicate. Let me actually make this a bit thinner. So, oh. You could link a bunch of rectangles. I could, but I feel like that might lose its fidelity when it gets into the program. And then you want chest hair. I gotta make this smaller. 5. But how did the... It's gotta be thinner than that, doesn't it? How the fuck? Isn't it just... Yeah, it's just like that. Hi, Tie-Dye! How's it going, Wolf? Welcome on in. Looking, but wanted to say hi. Can't hear you. No problem. Wait. They can't hear me. There you go. To be fair, the pixel art is more about using shapes and to create illusions. Yeah. I think, wait, actually, I could. I have an idea. Does that look like a chain? I think I'm like inverting the chain, which I could fix. That kind of looks like a chain. Fuck yeah. Kiwi says it works, chat, it works. See the bottom. There we go. Papa. Did you downscale the bean from the... I did. It's half the size of this. Or the original, do you mean the one that you drew? Because I think it's the same size? Let me see. Oh, my neck. Okay. Stream avatars. Properties. What? Oh. Details. It's the output. I downscaled mine from the original you drew. Yeah. So this one, so the one we're drawing on right now is 256 by 256. What I put in the program is 128. Alright. It's gonna go. This is Papa. We have a new hat. It's called Bucket. I took out the chicken, but it's a little overcooked. Oh no. Put more sauce. Put more sauce. I want one more hat. I could try to make a beard. Okay, go in hats. Hats. This goes in Papa. And then you're so right, let's grab the sauce. Yes! Knew it was a good idea. Okay. Gotta make a beard. Is it brown? I'm back from trivia. Yeah, did you win? Yeah, I went 1,000, so I could easily do the math for the test. Ah, that's fucking smart. I didn't think about that. Yeah, actually, Pog, let's go. Good job. Is that good enough beer, do you think, Chan? Is this the boa? No, the boa is this one. That one's already in there. I think I have to put a price on it though. But no, it's in there. This is a beard. Make a beard. Thank you, Babong. Later. Oh, that looks good. Oh, I'm glad you like it. I've got enough to get it. Pog. I don't know what the default price is, but I hope it's a good price. Beard. And I want to do a. Do you guys want a silk song mask? I do a silk song mask. Silks. The Hornet one. Oof. What's your eyes like? Oh, they're down here. Oh. Okay. I have to do something in the name of Silksong, right? I don't think 100 is bad. Hero has a price like 500, 1,000, a couple items higher. I might make like cosplay ones more expensive. Just cause like they're more special, but I don't really mind. I mean, honestly, 100 was whatever I was gonna put it at anyway, so. And hers is like, it's like longer. Make it taller, but like smaller. Yeah. But you can only redeem 350 channel points for 200 gold, and he has the daily redeems for accessories and gold. Oh. Interesting. Yeah, so I guess you can convert more of them. That makes sense. I want to make this a bit cleaner, I think. So let me close this. Make this 5. It's like much longer than I made it, though. It's like this. I may not be playing Silksong, but at the very least I can make items for it. Oh my god! Do you guys want to be Doomslayers? I might have to make you guys little Doomslayers in a second. And later you'll be like, Elaine, why didn't you make the Hollow Knight one? And I'll be like, I got too distracted. I had to make a different one. Ew, this is like coming out bad now. Oh, there we go. I needed this shape, so it's like. That's awesome. Halo wouldn't need much changes from that either. You're so right. Oh my god, and we can bless Vex with it. Speaking of Vex, we gotta make them their blaster. Hold on, what I feel like. Oh my god, it's like so much longer than I made it. My god. My god, this is hard. Why is this shape hard? Probably because I'm not using my tab. Kiwi just sent me a reference. So I gotta make it like. They made the horns a lot shorter though, so maybe I'll make mine shorter. Easy. It's like it's so long. I want to make it long, but it's like. I wonder if they made the horn shorter to make her look maybe more baby bug like. I don't want to submit and bring out my tablet. I got this. That one was like almost good. No. As long as the vibe is there, people will know what it is. Okay, that's valid. I think I did that wrong. You could make the outline a more subtle, like with the bean, it might change how you feel about it. Oh, that's valid. You could make it... I think the problem is like I just want to put more detail in it than I have. I'm gonna try one. Oh, that's weird. No, 3 is too small. Let's go. Good job, guys. Can I flip this? I don't think I can. Oh no. Breaks. No. Suddenly I'm falling. Oh, 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 oh. Okay. Yes. Okay. Eh? You're doing Aspite, right? Yes, I am. I think I did it. And now I'm gonna feel bad if I don't make the Hollow Knight one. This one's a lot harder, never mind. Dude. Under sprite, rotate. Rotate canvas. Ah. Alright, cool. We'll probably definitely have to use that for this. Oh my god, this is gonna be so hard. Dude, guys, this is gonna be hard as cheeks. I'm gonna keep on dancing on the West Hollywood. I'm gonna keep on dancing. God damn it, Kiwi! Kiwi's like, it's not hard if you have references. Sends me references. Alright, alright, alright. It's more rounded, so his head's more like... I think it should be more like this. And then like this. His head's a bit shorter though. Okay, look for a bit. Want to make brekkie? No problem. Have a good brekkie. Thank you. Dairy Queen? You got Dairy Queen too? Fuck. You like the 3/4 angle? I like this. Oh. His head's much more square. Did they flip your blizzard? Did they? I hope they did. Also, you didn't get a blizzard. OE class is over. The last hour and a half flew by. Fuck yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad that it flew by. Now you can come hang out with us. Okay, and then his eyes are round. Pink boy. This one should be shorter. No, I think the angle's just kind of off. I think maybe I made this one go over a little bit too much. I never confirmed the time for the collab tomorrow. Oh my god. Oh my god. At me, at Shems, at IRL, at Boffy. We good for tomorrow. Oops. Oh no, more K-pop? Always more K-pop? The way that we're playing it. We can fix it if we never face it. Let the past be the past and wait us. Time goes by and I lose perspective. Hurts. I lose it. Make me what I think me and I thought that nobody could. Said if we never face it. Also, the video on some beach wanted to find. Huh. Interesting. That's interesting, Kiwi. I think the only problem is I like doing them like asymmetrically. Like you're wearing it on the side. The Doom one you're gonna be wearing, but yeah, I don't do this. Golden 100s can't sing. Alki subjected me to that. I'm sorry for your loss. Apologize for your loss, Kiwi. The logo is a soul. Can it have an emblem? Heartless logo as a sticker? Emblem heartless logo? What is this? If I can, if it's not too difficult, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I can try to do this. You're just gonna have to give me a second. We have a backlog now. But I will get through them all. Because I'm having a lot of fun right now. Why am I not doing this the other way? I need to do this the other way. Where'd my screen go? What? My bad. Hold on, I gotta wrap my blankie around me. Because my arms are cold, but my legs are warm. There we go. I'm scooting. Actually, yeah, that's fine. Okay, what if I... What? I'm gonna be honest. Is anyone else tired of Sabrina Carpenter? At all? Like, at all? 'Cause I'm getting a little tired. My TikTok FYP is... I hear her everywhere, dude. That's so cute. I love this song. Like a flame, she makes me cry. So fucking special. No creep. I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? Also, for any of you that wasn't here yesterday, I will be starting to watch One Piece this Saturday. I think I need to flip it. Sprite, rotate canvas, flip vertical. Oh, flip vertical. Oh my goodness. That's fine too. Is it? Oh, my eye itches. So if you want to join us on Saturday at 2 p.m. PST, feel free to. I did this wrong. Special. I'm a creep. I'm a weirdo. What am I doing here? Oh. I don't belong here. She's walking out the door. Yeah. Got Mob Blizzard. Fuck yeah. Oh yeah, that's not the worst. Okay, well, it's not as good as the last one, maybe. Things I even I don't understand. Try to find you. Trust you to be on my side. Hear me out. The studio behind POD is working. Oh, no way. Actually, that'd be sick. Must be in harmony. 'Cause without the light, this is what it sounds like. Let the feelings up inside my head. Harmony. Only through the night, this is what it sounds like. Shattering silence. Between us. It's so your eyes. Should I say we don't have your cutie mark? Excuse me? Are you trying to My Little Pony me? What? You My Little Pony Kiwi first. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I don't think I did that to you. Are you talking about my logo? Oh, it's like so much more out than I made it. Okay, you do mean my logo. Okay. I thought you were straight up like, hey, you have no My Little Pony, like, references in this. Elaine? What the fuck? I was very concerned, Kiwi. Yeah, you guys don't have the cutie mark because it's, like, so small. Could be, like, a mask, though. LP a milk carton tramp stamp? Like, put it on, like, a milk carton? It'd be kind of cute. Why is it so much harder to do, like, the side of his head? Like, oh! Like a little milk carton? Little house. Yeah, I could. I don't really mind, though. I think I haven't done it just because, like, I don't know why I haven't made one yet. I guess maybe because I think each of you are unique. Yeah, you're my milk beans, but at the same time, you know, you have your own soul. Wash away the rain. You're the only one who has these guys unless you share the files. That's valid. Oh, you're dueling me. Okay. There you go. Wow, the streamer does always lose, huh? I guess that makes sense. Oh, son. Hee Yay, I got dog too. I feel like this one looks a lot worse than the other one, and I don't know why. Is it because the angle's off? Fuck me, dude. Outline color? Nah, it's like the angle that I drew that's funky. Okay, I think we're just gonna stick with the Silksong one for now. The Silksong one looks really good, and I don't understand how I did it. It just kind of happened. All right, Doom time. New layer. Let's make this like 6. Wait. Yeah, okay. Scam, damn. Not my fault this time. This one. This will be a bit lower. And then okay, then I think it's supposed to go like welcome back. Or vexed. I need to see like the Doomslayer like I need to be first. Oh, perfect. Oh, it is more rounded than I thought. Santa. That all odd. I have to modify this piece. Down. I don't want this anymore. We're sleeping like it's on the floor. I know you're in a lot of pain. Merge down. Same color. Silver. Don't forget you could make it specific items are only available as loot. Oh, yeah, that's true. I could do that. Oh, Mary. Yeah, I might do that. Like when I'm playing the game, you can get, with every new game, there's new loot added. That'd be cool. I've been added. Maybe because someone wants to fight you? Think about it while I do. Wanna feel a thing anymore. Call on the phone. This looks really shitty, I'm not gonna lie. And again. This looks so cheesy. But I think that gives it charm. The wrong green. Sling? What? Don't throw me. Don't throw me. I don't know if I can draw this on here, but I'm gonna try. It's so bright. Darn, it only does yourself. Oh, whew. There you go. Oh, that's like so thick. Thank you for the wellness check. Second man, permission for any followers or mods or just you? Oh. Okay. Hold on. I do that now. Slingshot avatar. It says anyone can do it. Is this for sling? It said anyone could do it. Default anyone for that one? Wait, isn't that what I want? Or no? That's like too big. It like adds to it though. Doomslayer. Doomslayer. And then I will make it more of a blood red though. I think the only ones you'd want to change would be distracting ones like minigames, battle royale, boss fights. Wait, so yeah, the only I think most of them are fine. Do I need to change the sling one? Alright, Slayer, Silk Song, Sprite, Canvas, Horizontal. I'm gonna try the Hollow Knight one again. No, I think Sling is only coded to target yourself. Bot commands. Sling avatar. Command sling enabled input require any one status requirement, any one user cooldown. Input requirement any. I didn't know it has a soundboard. It has a soundboard? What? Oh yeah, sounds. Huh. Huh. I did not know that either. Oh, 6 again. It's pretty rounded, so it's like... Look it to my head. Oh, she goes, she goes. Right, and then... Oh, yeah, misery. I have magical foresight. Looks like for the man, you can make some sounds free or cost gold. Interesting. That would be a good alternative to the vocal, like the stem. I feel like. I said what I said. Yeah, if you could name them, but and make it stem jokes funnier, it would, wouldn't it? Yeah, I can look into it. It's not like we're on a shortage of sound alerts, so I have a whole folder full of them. Let's be famous instead. It looks like, oh, they are? But I always lose. Hostile government take over. Talk about it, but I'll be late for work. You want the lady in office. We will win someday, surely. I would hope. I would hope. Of a Nigerian friend skin. Oh. No, what the hell do I do? I think this is like 4. Yeah, it is. Govern. Ups and downs. Clear. In office. Also, sorry I got really quiet focusing on this. This took a lot more of my brain power than I thought it would. But now, I think we're good. Oh. That's not what I thought it would do. On it and on it all away. I'm something so wild, I shall take me on it, I want. His horns are so uneven. How did I do this? Oh, I think. The sun is so bright right now, I can't see shit with both my editing monitors. Just go piss on the sun. Easy. If you piss on it, it will no longer be bright. Don't know really make that much sense about you. Okay, so it has to be an OGG file for the sound, but you can make it so they play with specific games or commands. Well, good thing mine already are. All my sound files are currently, all my sound redeems are OGG files already, so. Hogging for us. It's just I think this just has to be like this. Ooh. Like if I did the fart command, it'll autoplay the fart sound, or you can have battle music for duels. Interesting. I might do the custom one for the fart noises, because that would be funny. I'll figure it out. Nobody knows who. Too cool. Might also be quiet. I don't know how loud I put it for. The Silksong one looks so much better. It's fine. I think that's... Oh god. Yeah, I think that's as good as the volume center for each sound. Oh, okay. I'll have to mess with those later. Hello. Oh wait, I did that wrong. Doom. Silk. I think it's fine if it's a little janky. We could say the beans made their costumes. That's valid. Wait. These ones are hats. Oh, it's all the time. And then you get to see both sides. This one will go in cosplay. These are all hats. Oh, the hollow one is broken. Okay. Oops. Now we have Silksong, and now layer. We were requested to make the Heartless logo. I will use this. Goes. I've been working so late, my father just gave me a heads up that the router is going to reset between 2 and 3. Damn! Yes, he knows. He knows. There's like 3 of them. I can't fit through them. Usually comes into the office around 4 to 5 to get ready for work. That's valid. make this smaller. Made it too big. Fuck. Okay. Hold on. Let me do it again. Make it smaller. Are you still using your stylus? No, I've been using my mouse this whole time. I probably should have been using my stylus to you know, help with future arthritis. But it'll be. I have more control when I draw with my mouse, personally. Made it too big again. Made it too big again. What about the day? There you go. You get asked right. Hopefully it'd work with my stylus. It will. It will. It does work with that way. I personally don't do it that way because I don't. My brain no makes sense. Oh, I inverted it. Fuck. Yeah, there we go. There, the hearts. This one will go. Oops. This one will go into cosplay. And then we have one more to do for today. I also need to practice with larger pen sizes because I'm doing like 1 pixel at a time, like Minecraft pixel art. Yeah, I like 6. 6 is pretty good. Alright, I have to somehow make this. I have to somehow make that thing. And then 4, 5. Honestly, it kind of feels like it would be big enough that it would be like something that you have to hold with 2 hands. Maybe that wouldn't make sense though? No, let's do it. Or no, you could like hold it with 1 hand. Or we just have to make it like this. Rotate. It's more angular than I realized. And then up and out. And then like this. And then it's got like little teeth things. And then I might put it over the hand. I know it would be under the hand, but I might put it just over the hand for now. I made it too wide. Okay, now I just need the colors. Let's do a separate game. Honestly, should be using colors that complement the thing in a bigger stroke. This is so hard. No. It looks so baby. Alright, Vex. Wait, hold on, wait, there's like a detail like right here that I don't really have room for, but I'm gonna try. It's like this. And then you get like a little circle. It goes like that. There you go, Vex. The first handheld item. What is this? What is this item? Merge down. Pilo. That's what I'm calling it. Pilo. Pilo. Well, let's have a little bit as a heat indicator. Oh, that's cool. So plasma rifle. Okay, that means I'll name it Plasma Pew. Plasma Pew. I'm gonna rename it. Items. What did it save? I think it saved in hats. Yeah. Plasma Pew. Plasma Pew. Okay. Save. Close. No. Save. Okay. For a limited time, you can buy these items. Because I don't fucking know how to make them loot things. But we will figure it out. Cowboy hat, do. Hello, hollow. Oh, okay. This one is not as whiny now. Yippee! 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 Circle lenses, square lenses. Let's see. Alright, if you want your cosplay items, you can... Oh, you can't buy them yet. How do I make things a loot box? Gear. Astronaut. 100 bucket. 100. Oh. I would be so to have these hats. What do I select all? Okay. Go soon. Flags are 0. Gift. How to make gear loot stream avatars. Adding your own content. Oh, I think it is a gift, isn't it? Creating loot boxes. Doom, Hollow, Papa, Silk. There's no buckets. We need to get Halo. Very butterfly ears. Shark. Oh, glasses. Items are 200. This pew pew is 200. These ones are loot boxes because they're game references. Same with the item, actually. But I'll gift it to Vexed. That's fine. I'm guessing these have to be gifts. Loot box rewards. I don't see the loot box stuff. So the minigames make an item loot and do you give? Is it in this? Boss, why you have to edit the boss directly? I don't edit the boss directly. It was like Jump Catch Star has its own. Reward 100, reward player 1. Oh. So Papa Hollow Doom. Save and exit. Yeah, I know I can gift you guys stuff like just through the thing. I think this will work. I don't really know. You guys can test it, baby. Cause like I could just do. I think I can just do gift option, Kiwi Goblin books, avatar, tag non-set, piece, hats, cosplay, keeper, gift. I think I gave it to you. Oh, yeah, I think I gave it to you, and then I can go to Vexed items, plasma view. Andrea, are you Papa? Did you put on the Papa outfit? Where's Vexed? Vexed. I'll be able to see ya. I think I gave it to Vexed. Entries is like wait to adjust the odds of what we get. 20%'s fine. Honestly, I don't know. It says you're Papa. It says you're wearing the Papa outfit. Because I'm editing. Understandable. I'm gonna make Rhino green. Can I make Rhino green? Where'd he go? Uh-oh. Might have killed him. Hey, look at Shims. Rhino. It's Rhino. Can't find. Okay, it's fine. I have the astronaut helmet. Oh, you don't? Oh, hold on. I can give it to you. Andrea. It's a hat. Oh, it's on the second one. That's fine. Astronaut gift. There you go. I think you should have it now. So is the Papa one free? I didn't mean to make the Papa one free. The way you kiss me, I can tell you miss me. I wish I could dress you guys. For people that like aren't paying attention, I wish I could just dress you. The way you kiss me, I can tell you miss me. I can tell you tick. I'll be romantic, I'll hit it from the back. I think I might just make all, I don't know. Maybe limited time buyables, maybe? Instead? You could dress us? How can I dress you? I'm clicking on you, I can't dress you. You look like a little wizard. There's Pixels, I wanna dress Pixels. That was Rhino. Oh, if I right click on you, it does something. Carrot. Banana. I want lime. Lime. Where did he go? This one. Eepy! Eepy! Put it on. Yes! I can dress you. Is this? Where's Pixels? Pixels. Oh! I gave it to Ryan by accident. That's fine, he can have a beard too. He has a beard, so it makes sense. Beard. He's a little bearded cowboy now. Oh, don't get stuck. Okay, sorry. Alright, there we go. I'm glad I can dress you guys. I didn't know I could dress you guys. Hi, Marky! Welcome on in. I was just about to take a quick bathroom break. Oh. Interesting. It defaults to people to Papa sometimes. It's weird. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. And then we're gonna rig up some BLT. I think. Probably. Hopefully I did everything that I needed to. The whole time. Could also force us to use commands technically. I wouldn't force you to do that. I ain't no dictator. I'll do what you want. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Thanks to Kiwi, when I went shopping on Sunday, I got, Nutella. I got a little tiny 7-ounce jar of Nutella. Thank you. I got a little baby jar of Nutella. And I put it on some bread, and now I have a little snacky. Darn, Vex was too slow. It might happen again after. I thought I lost. Nope. I was too late. I like that he was wearing a little Doomslayer thing. You were gone. I bet every penny I had you did not. You really? I can't scroll it while I'm oh, now it's letting me scroll. Oh my god, you did. Better all in one him. Yeah, sure did. Damn. I want you, I need you, oh god. Perfect. Perfect? Ow. I gotta have my Doom sword. Oh, did you get the little wooden sword? Yeah, I thought it'd be funny if most of the weapons aren't like, are there like fantasy weapons or like not like super realistic? Oh. Cardboard weapons, yeah, eventually. I want you, I need you, oh god. Need the things that I've got. Go. Listen. Ugly, I wish I would go back. Roll back, just roll back the rate. Must fly. We're standing by. I'm every quarter to 2. And the tunnel light. Red lights on red lights. The dust is bare and it's clear back there. There's memories home. Much to do. Feel it's time to let time pass through. Just rewrite the endings. Life gets strange. My throat hurts a little bit. What would it like without change? Alright, now I gotta bind these. Yep. Things never last. Let's move on. It goes too fast. The past, the past. No one wants an ending. We're changing our lives. Can you tell me what they're ready for? Show you for us where we need to go. Always unlimited supply. Supply. Oops. No, I think the smaller arms look better. Okay. Maybe it's time to let time pass through. Let's do the face. Is that the face? This is a good face. Cheek. I'm so easily anxiety inside me. Me, that's one holding me, feels like I'm somebody else. I get what I want. What's inside me feels like me. Somebody else. Okay, there you go. Oh, so easily my anxiety. Not that far. Let's do that far. Quick motion. Oh, so easily my anxiety creeps inside me. It feels like I'm somebody else. I can't overrun. Reflect. Was I from somebody else? I can't overrun. Let's do the face. Oops. Oh. No. Okie dokie. I wanted to be something great like you. Half of it was true. It's as flawed as any church. I love when I jump back in frame. What would you call a head that's technically the head, but not the head? Oh, like the head without the face. Tiddlywink. Ooh. The skull? I like Tiddlywink more. I guess it does, yeah, it doesn't really matter what I name it at the end of the day. Is any church? Is this how I did the head? Oh shit, I have to redo the head. God damn it. Actually. Yeah. Oh dear, I thought it was true. I'm embarrassed. Should I be worried that you guys are just gambling in my chat? You're worse. Good for you. It's really true. I wasn't guilty of the game. I would have taken your last name. Really, because I'm about this, it would be me. Just another Edison. Don't worry, I know how much I love to gamble, so I won't do it with real money. Fuck! Sounds good. As long as you guys are happy until Vex starts going in debt. Thank God you can't go into debt, huh? Can you? Wait, can you go into debt? I hope you can't go into debt. I did this in a real jank-ass way, didn't I? Hey! Get my legs broke. I'm not gonna break your legs. You know, when I think about it, sometimes I wish that we were the Milk Mafia instead of the Milk Club. Because not gonna lie, I love the idea of being a mob boss. Suffering and all. Won't you please tell me if the time is through? I would love to be a motherfucking mob boss, bro. Oh shit, Vex almost to 1,000. I don't know what to do. Why are you like this? I can hear it. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but there's like a little sound that happens every time you guys gamba, and I can hear it. And that's like all I hear every now and again is just a little roly of the little black and white board. Fucking rigged! You got 40. You got 1,000. Nothing's new, nothing's new, nothing's new, nothing's new. Let's go hit 1K. No, it's not coming through. Oh, okay. I wonder if it's because it's not going through my HQ. Nothing's new, please spare me in dignity. System. Bet 100 black. I love donating to the poor. It's crazy. Hoping that 10 would keep you short. Damn. But 500 red. What the fuck? What the fuck, Vex? There you go. The streamer never wins. Watch me win. Watch me win. Fuck! Now we can hear it. Okay, cool. God damn! Oh my god. I'm never gambling again. Vex just won another 1,000, and I think that's fucking insane. That's fucking crazy. Bet 500 red, you guys are crazy. Maybe I should bet 500 red. You think I should bet 500 red with Vexed? I know, I think I should. Damn. Let's see, what will it land on? Ooh, it landed on red. No, please don't. No, don't. God damn. Guys, I think you should just follow what Vex does. Eventually you'll prove him wrong, but not today. Not today. That is not the way to do this. How do I have 2? Oh, it's because of this. Okay, we're gonna. I think like this. Like that. You scoop the middle just like a little bit. Okay. The first rule of gambling. The first rule, guys, you go until you lose. The second rule is double or nothing. Oh my god! Oh, Rob Vex. Bro, what the fuck? We could do a battle royale. We could do a battle royale. It worked! Battle. There you go. Have fun. You will now fight. Because 100% of the wealth, but you gain to gain more than 1,000%. I got wrong. Well, go beat him up. Battle Royale time. Battle Royale time. Go beat him up. Reflect motion. Okay. Oh shit! I fucked it up. Always gamble your entire target bit 500 red roulette will be good. What do you mean you're rouletting? Oh my god! Oh my god, it was oh my god! Kiwi just won. Kiwi just won. I just saw Vex stroll up to Kiwi. And you're still gambling. God damn, Vex. Good job. Kiwi won. Please, you can get to the max. Please, to the max. Do you think the helmet gave you a buff? I think the helmet might have given you a buff. Shake it to the max. You could change the dual command to rob for the lols. Does it not? Do you not lose if you... Hold on. Do you not lose money? I think it'd be funny if you guys lost money if you fight. Accept timer. I'm doing guy I can't lose. I want Kiwi in second. Valid. Minimum duel amount 50. Maximum duel amount challenge sound. Oh, I don't have any sounds. You guys want to win some cosmetics? You guys want to win some cosmetics? Duel location? I think I want it like here. Like here. You guys gotta wait till you guys gotta whoa, calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Okay, there. There you go. Goobers. My little goobers. That's what you say is true. Never be the right kind of girl for you. Be a woman. I could never be a woman. Feel? Why no work? What? Why what no work? Why no Gib? I thought Gib work. Maybe Gib take a second? I'm gonna gamble about it. Okay, okay. Sounds good. Me to look up. Does not make sense. Maybe not that extreme. I can't give you it's a currency command. Swear to God, Discord be upping everything except the file size limit. So true! So true. Speaking of Discord, do you guys want to pick a shop thing with me? I've been saving up my orbs. And I have 7,850 orbs. I could save up more, but I want to talk about it. Yeah, god damn! But they have a new one. They have the Lunar Eclipse pack. I kind of want this one. Thank you, Cutie, for your donation. Oh, but they don't have this one in a pack. Like, I like this one a lot. But, like... Piecemeal Nitro? That's valid. I pay, like, a lot of money for my Nitro. Pity gold for the streamer's losses. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know which one I like more. Oh my god, I know. And then, like, they have this one. They could have packed this one with the Starlight Tiara, but they didn't. I feel like that would have gone with that one. Or the Secret Garden one, because I really like this one. Really like this one. Give 69. Thank you, Taylor. Yippee! I really like the Secret Garden bundle too. Does one have different colors? It says 1 out of 2. Oh, this is okay. Okay. Because some of them have like alternate colors. Oh, okay, this one says it. I guess none of these have like alternate colors. I got my cosplay. Kiwi just lost another 1,000. I don't know which one I'd want. So I really like this one, I think. That one's 4,000 for just one. Whereas the bundles, you can get them for 7,000. I want both. Go, my child, gamble. Go, my child, gamble. I think I want Bloom Burst. If I were to get one, I think. Okay, finished editing. How was editing? I want to choose my profile picture again. Oh, I was on stream mode. I can't. Oh, okay. Okay. As the cheeks going up kind of don't make sense. It was fun, I'm glad. I was editing one of my favorite. Aww, well, I hope it was fun. Like, I hope it came out good. Head angles. Live. You guys are crazy. But oh, it's too late. Just edit it. You guys are crazy. Vex is gonna gamma. Let me see. You said red. Oh my fucking god. Did you code stream avatar? Did you code this? Did you code it? Tell me right now, did you code this? Because I'm starting to believe that you fucking you fucking rigged this. Did you rig this? Did you rig it? I think it gets flatter. Look at Vex, Jesus. Mod hacks. I have nothing to do with it, but most computer systems are rigged. The spirit of tech flows through you. Gamble. I think you guys just gotta vote red. Do red. Do red. But if Vex loses, like... Ah, it becomes... Wait, no, that didn't make sense. Oh, no, it did make sense. Okay. I'm gonna stop when I lose. Lie. I'm waiting for Icarus to fall. I am as well. Like, I'm hoping for your success, but also downfall? Vex lost 4,000. It happened, ladies and gentlemen. You saw it live here on twitch.tv. You still have the top, which is, I think, crazy, but yeah. That's right. And then... That makes sense. Tiddly wink. Wonderful feeling. We haven't done food guesser today. Vex, have you done food guesser today? Oh my god! I'm gonna have to take away. I think I have to take away. I think I need to take away gambling for a little bit. You have 0 gold. What are you guys doing? Oh, I haven't yet. All right, don't look at my screen then. Don't look at my screen. Sounds 400. You guys are crazy. Oh, I think I know what this is. No, I don't. It's got cottage cheese in it. I don't. But I'm gonna say, I can't spell. Would this be United Kingdom? Oh wait, no, I just spelt it wrong. I got it. Y'all are Gamba addicts and it's low-key I know! I didn't know! Like, I like meme about being a Gamba addict, but once I lose, I'm like, fuck this. But y'all are real Gamba addicts. Shrimp, pineapple, coconut milk, garlic, onion, bell pepper, fish sauce. Oh, this feels... Celery, this is... I'm gonna see if I can double bet. Maybe. Also, what's Hawaii in this? Hello, Pilot Chaos. Welcome on in. How's it going? Sorry, my face tracking's lagging. I think I need to restart YouTube Studio. My phone's not that hot. Dun, 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 dun. I guess you can't. I guess you can only bet once. Bet all red. You have to bet an amount. Oh my god, it landed on green! Oh! What is... what would the... Like, we could do the Caribbean, maybe? That's not... Morocco. Hipon? I feel like this is Hawaiian. Oh, let's give, how do I give people stuff? Hold on. Let me give you some currency. Let me give you some currency. I don't remember what the thing is. Okay, there we go. I got it. At Pilot Chaos. There you go. There you go. Got 12,000. What is the Hawaiian one? I feel like this is like Hawaii. Haiti. Nope. Yay! Oh god. I don't know. Hawaii is United States. Oh my god, I just suck. Pineapple, fish. Jamaica. It was the Philippines. Okay. Oh, I like saw pineapple and shrimp and I was like, yes. Oh, I've seen these. Made of dough, usually filled with raisins or currants. It's simply... Whoa. Are these not bengays? No, I'm vexed. Let's do turkey. Warm. Turkey. I don't know what's near Turkey. I don't know how to say it. Please. Iraq? No, it's north. Ukraine. Oli bowl. Beignet. Oh, what is Georgia? What is Georgia? Georgia is here. Is it Georgia? Turkey, north. Oh, what did it say border? It's west. Germany? Borders Germany. Belgium. Borders Belgium and Germany. Netherlands? I can't type. Yay! Austria? Which way is Austria? No, Austria wouldn't, it wouldn't, it's, it would border Germany, but not Belgium. I got 7,000. Whoops. That second one fucked me up, man. I thought it was Hawaiian. I don't know why, but I did. Please tell me everything. Come on, I want 10K. Oh my god. Your greed. Your greed, Vex. It sickens me. I think... Oops, wrong one. Oh, fuck. Oh, Oli Bowl, we have the same dish here, but it's called Odading instead. We were... Because we were at... Oh, okay, never mind. I'm done. I want to keep my lead. Yes, I love those ones. Maybe that was a bad idea. I just feel like it's weird that this doesn't go up. I think this was the most chat has been active in a long time thanks to Stream Avatar, so thanks, Kiwi. If you have any more, no problem. Can't help myself, this is why I never bet with real money, that's valid. That was my goal, yippee! Thank you, Kiwi. Alright, so this one... One more. Okay, and then this set will come down. Ooh, fuck. Is this witches? Ooh, fuck yes. There you go. Okay. Damn, X. No, losing streak. Do you guys want stars? I can give you stars. Yeah, if your winning streak is over, but you can have stars. There you go. Alright, now these two. Synthesized corners. I'm betting it all. No! Oh shit, Kiwi overtook you! Oh my god, Vexed! Oh my god. Oh wait, maybe you came back? I think we broke it. Did we break it? Did we break it? Is it broken now? That's sort of agree they talk about in the Bible for real, for real, for real, for real. You do. Oh! Wait, I have to watch this. I have to watch this. Okay. Oh shit, oh shit. Okay, Kiwi's taking a bit of damage. Oh shit, oh shit. Oh, it missed? Vex is not missing, dude. Kiwi, you have to get hits in. Oh my god, no. Vex did not miss. Damn. God damn. I get scared. It's crazy. That's so scary. What has Greek done to Vexed? Vexed, once our simple queen who loves Halo, now a Star Lord instead of a crime lord. Star Lord. Dev advantage. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, bro. Oh, Pilot's wearing the silk song hat. Honestly, Kiwi, the fur cloak actually works well with the Doomslayer helmet, and it makes me really happy. And back to gambling! Is this why they took it off of Twitch? Am I gonna get in trouble? Are you guys gonna get me in trouble? The sling. Do it? Did it do it? My computer is like lagging. Do I have too many things open? What's happening? Nope, I don't. Okay, weird. Damn, Vex. I hope not, because then I won't be able to gamble. I never lose. Guys, I think we might need to take I think we might need to take Vex's Amex card. I don't know how you feel about it, but I kind of feel like we need to take Vex's Amex card. Gamble with channel points. This is Faker. Okay. As long as it's not gonna get anybody in trouble. What? That might be better. Okay. Okay, now to win it back. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Don't fart on me, no! No! I'm a good beanie. Don't fart on me. Don't do it. I'm watching. I'm watching. I love that Vex is just sitting. That's so cute. Vex is just sitting. It's cute, but I know the terror you can cause. Light work is crazy. Okay, and then this ear. Yeah, that's fine. If it doesn't come out to bed, you can always exclude people from games as a timeout. That's valid. I mean, to be fair, it's like I put on the stream avatars, I feel, in the later half of the stream. So, did you sticker me? Did I sticker you? I don't think I did. Did you sticker yourself? I can sticker you. Oh, wait, I can sticker you. Where are you? That's not you. This one's you. That's... I think it's in cosplay. Heartless. There you go. I have a little heart. Fuck! Bitch, I'm a boss and I shine like glass. Okay. I think I should do it here. I'm a boss. I'm a bitch and a boss and I shine like glass. I'm a bitch. It's gonna bug me that these are like the wrong color. Your outline. I modify it in here. Oh my god, I think I can. Oh my god. Ah, it looks pretty okay. Well, the tiny horns with the Doom helmet is kind of fire. Oh my god! That is kind of cute. It's kind of off, but that's okay. Okay, and then we're gonna do the other ear. I have to fix the head up a little bit. Totally weak. I want to exaggerate a bit. This one. We get blackjack and hookers. You already have blackjack and hookers. I just... Would it be against TOS to make a sex doll for you guys to hold? Would that be against TOS? Probably, right? You guys already have blackjack. Ooh, I like blackjack though. Probably, yeah. Okay. What's another phallic thing I could give you that won't get us in trouble? I have an idea. Wait, I have an idea. I have an idea. I have an idea. I have an idea. I might have to rename how I'm doing things. Eggplant. I was thinking, a flamingo to be. A peanut. A peanut. Just a straight up peanut. Trying to think. Cosplay. I might change the... I'll do it after. I might change how I do the... Yeah, I could do it in here, actually. Items. Maybe it's not making me lose. That's so funny to me. Like, okay, the animal ears are good. Forehead. Hat. cosplay is like outfits. So that's like going on the chest area. Is that I'm getting parts for the new PC because color panel can wait. Okay, sounds good. A PC upgrade is a good idea though. Like, I like that idea. Vex, they are your points. You do as you desire. It's like forehead. Hats. Cosplay. So hat should go on top. I wear cosplay heartless. Okay. I think I put it in hats. Did I put it? Where did I put it? I'll go for forehead. So I want to do like masks. I want to do like masks. Which will be Hollow, Doomslayer, Silk Song. We'll go in as masks. Yeah, and then the bucket can stay Kiss. Kiss is, what? Yeah. Heartless is a cosplay item, because it goes on the chest. Where'd the beard go? Double horns, ram goat, antenna. Where did it go? Silk song. Pampa, kiwi fur. I somehow have lost the beard. Maybe I accidentally deleted it? Fuck. Did I accidentally delete it? It's in cosplay? Shit. I think I might have deleted the layer by accident. Let me see. Might have lost it. That's okay. I need to pause this really quick. I need to grab this folder. Yeah, I lost the beard somehow. Six. Not that it super matters. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Sorry about that. Beard. Okay. Oh man, I put it in the wrong file. Okay. We have items, hat, mask, eyewear, possible forehead. Let me export the kiss as well. Kiss. I have the beard. This goes on hats. No, forehead cosplay, I wear masks. Because I feel like you should be able to have a beard, a hat. Maybe masks and hats should be the same. And then facial hair. Actually, I could just call this hair. Because I want to do a Hatsune Miku. Well... face hair. I'll call it face hair, because we'll do, like, mustaches and stuff, too. Cosplay. Yeah. Okay. I think this makes sense. But I draw an eggplant. Something you can hold. You can hold an eggplant. Hi, wife. I just ended by wanting to come say I love you. I love you. I'm excited for tomorrow. Sorry I didn't verify the time until, like, literally today. I guess it's because we usually play at the same time, unless, like, someone can't make that time, usually, I feel, so. I figured what time it was, you know. I'm glad to see Boffy is joining. Yeah! He should be joining us. He told me that he was gonna join us, but, I haven't heard from him today, so. Well, he did say he was interested, so. I think I told him yesterday. Thank you for the check-in, wife. Wife, are there any cosmetic items that you want? We added a bunch of new ones today. Does this look like an eggplant? Just make it shiny. I changed my milk bean. At the bottom, there's a little panel, in below my stream. At stream avatars. And then, yeah, it should be like bean sprouting, and then it'll load, and then you can change it to whatever. It does cost a little bit, so if you don't have money, we can give you money. And it's money. It's like a fake inner currency. 5. There you go. Eggplant. Actually, I should... Oh, I can't change it right now. That's fine. Okay. Well, what about a hot pink flamingo floaty? Should use this. Fuck. We should have done it that way instead, actually. Unless. I feel like this is too hot pink. Flamingo. I like this color. I like the salmon color. Go back to 8. Oh, how generous of you, Vex. Thank you for donating to my wife. Thank you. Yeah, you don't want to see what they were doing earlier. They may have been gambling a whole bunch, so now they have extra funds. Okay, what I'd ask for, you can literally have anything you want. Whether it's a cosplay item, whether it's... If you think of anything, like, let me know. It's not like you have to pick now. It's like, I'm gonna be making these forever, so... Stuff like did not work. There's gills, there are gills. I made gills specifically with wife in mind. What's an issue? OBRB, no problem. My highest was 8K and my lowest was 0. I gambled everything. That's valid. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it though. This was a lot harder than I thought it would be, I'm gonna be honest. Hold on. It's over there. Stupid I planned out my financials. Yippee! Good job. Hopefully new PC in 6 to 8 months. Pog? I'm excited. Alright, now how the fuck do I make it a flamingo? I think I went a little too ham with this. Yeah, I think I might have gone a little bit too ham. Is this Suli? It is! Oh my god, I'm so smart. I think this is itching my brain because, reminds me of game development a lot. I can't fuck. What? What's happening? What did you do? Can you believe that I've been doing all of this off of vibes? And vibes alone? Beep beep beep. How about you fuckers learn to what's happening? Are you okay, Vexed? What is happening? Oh, uh-oh. I'm sorry. I am sorry that they have forsaken you like this. I'll eat them. I'll eat them. Don't you worry, I'll just eat them. Guys, is this what a flamingo looks like? I think his eye needs to be bigger. Maybe not that big. Maybe like that. It's okay, Vex. I'll make you a little floaty and everything will be okay. Beep 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 beep. Understand why I'm sorry. Sorry you must go through these hardships. If I listened to that too, I'd go and say, yep. Yep. Let me tell you what, I would not be a happy king. Oh my god, I did this wrong. I mean, at the time I was in my old apartment, I actually burnt toast. I don't think I burnt anything in college. I'm like trying to think about if I've ever burnt if I burnt anything. I don't think I did. I made really jank chocolates on a hot plate. I melted chocolates and then I molded them. It was kind of cute. Oops. It's down. Oh, I've got a kettle. Kettle's all you really need. How am I supposed to outline this? Stroke. Am I supposed to select it? How do I do this? Stroke ice. This is probably I did it all at 3 a.m. That's the best way to do it. There's been a curve tool this entire time. And a blend tool? Oh my god. Okay, I don't think this actually would have helped me. Fuck me, they're making us take a hike. Oh my god, why? Why? Why are they making you do that? Why? Select. Layer. Stroke. What the fuck? It says the stroke thing. Like select span. Gosh, let's do. It's probably firing fire safety thingamabob, I'm assuming. Probably, but it's not about to become become raging in 10 seconds. That's valid. Also, if it was like a fire drill, like a drill like that, they probably would have done it in the daytime, no? You know? It's midnight. It's unexpected. Expect the unexpected. Good point. Good point. Oh, fuck my phone battery. No! No! Let them let you go back outside. Inside. Nar! Nar! I don't know how to do bird wings. I'm gonna save this. I'll do that another day. Don't save. Alright, okay, we were doing the ears, right? I was half tempted to stay in my room. I mean, if it gets that, I'm sure people do. If I'm honest, I'm sure people do. And then up. It's not up and down, up and down, up. Down. I kinda don't like the way that looks. Not this one. One's barefoot. This is the same. Oh, judge them. Judge them harshly. That is gross. Love your model. It's very pretty. Thank you. Oh my god. Thank you for the follow. This. Oh my god. We hit 1.5k followers. Yippee! My model was created by the wonderful Ozu and rigged by the beautiful BZ. But welcome on in. We're talking about how apparently someone's walking around Detroit with no shoes on. And yep, that is, brother, ew. Like, what the fuck? I wish I didn't have to wear shoes. That's valid. I do like the concrete on my feet as well. But also, not in a city. Not in a city. Also, Jester, I hope you're having a wonderful day. Feel free to tell us how your day went, or if you have dinner yet, or food in general. How was it? Typical food? That's better. This one. I'll modify this just a little bit. The slowest time. You know what I find the most interesting? I'll be completely transparent. What I think is the most interesting thing about that redeem, or that the fact that we got 1,500. Twitch technically said I got 1,500. Was it? Yeah, right. Can I scroll down that far? Yeah! Someone earlier unfollowed us. Because it says it was completed 10 hours ago. And now it says it's completed again. I mean, someone unfollowed us. Not that I really care, it's just the first time that I've ever noticed that. And I think it's interesting. Not that, again, not that I really care. I just find it interesting. Nuke 'em! Nuke 'em! Nuke 'em! Nuke 'em! You know? Fair idea. I can't deny you that this is a reasonable idea. That I consider. But at the same time, I don't really care. Ew, your head is like so misshapen, BLT. Why is his head so misshapen, chat? It's all weird. That's so weird. Why is your chrome all, your dome all weird? Your chrome, like, it's like, your head is so weird. Because why not? Good point. I mean, like, I want him to look like he'd be nice bald. You said a lot for someone who doesn't care. That's fair. I just thought it would be an interesting topic to talk about, I guess. Because otherwise I sit here quietly and work quietly because I'm a little boomer and I like working on stuff and I forget to talk. Right? Whoa, wow, I just realized you've been live for 7.5 hours. Yes, I often stream for 8 hours at the least. This is long. I'm doing both. Oh, I didn't do this one? Fuck. I try to aim for 8 hours every day because I would like streaming to become my job. But, you know, gotta put in the hours before... I'm sure there's something that rhymes. Gotta put in the hours before you get the powers? Understandable, yeah. But also we do a lot of co-working here, so... You know. Even if we have other jobs, it's alright. It's alright. Sure, these are like a little bit different, which I think is crazy. You go, co-working stream, my beloved, yes. It's really cool. I like co-working. Are you the ears cat or wolf? I'm confused. I'm a cat cow. I'm a hybrid of a Maine Coon cat and a cow. That's why my ears are so big and fluffy. It's because I'm a cat cow. Oh my god. I am the cattest of cows and the cowest of cats. That's why my username is maincoow. Because it's a mix between Maine and cow. Maine Coon cat and cow. It's very interesting. They're not like the same, but I think that's okay. I think that adds to it. I gotta fix it the other way. Tonight. It's like different. It like different. I don't understand. I don't understand. So now it's gonna scoot. There. There you go. Okay. I didn't synthesize the corners because I'm a silly Billy. This one doesn't need it. This one does. Alright, now time to do this little guy. Alright. That's because he locked. Oh, my bad. Wait, where was it? It's like in the middle of the mouth. Your favorite tune. No, it's so good. Oh wait, I didn't. Keep forgetting synthesizing corners is a thing. You'd think I'd remember after having to rig this TTS pad for like 4 times, but I just don't remember. Alright, his head is good now. And I contemplate whether I want to do... I should do the ear... I could do the little hoagie first. And this one can go in more. And then this is the wiggle physics is what I'll call it. And it's gonna go for the angle X and Y. 50. 50. And oop. And body X. Okay. 25. We'll start with 25. Ooh, yes. Yes, that is good. It's a little strong, I think. So maybe like 15 instead. Yeah, there we go. I like that more. I just realized the Korean knot thing in the top left was because of the David Harbour, or I'm a very curious person right now. You're fine. I love questions. It is both. I am South Korean on my mom and dad's side, so I'm fully Korean. I was born in America, but my parents are both Korean. And K-pop Demon Hunters inspired me a lot, and I was like, oh, I want one of those. So now we have that in the top left corner, and we have a special one that I made for chat. Chat has a special one as well. Let me see if I can show you. Alright. Recent. Do I have a picture of it? Ooh, fun, yeah. I have a picture of it. So tiny, but I have these little sub charms, and everybody who subs even once gets their name on it, and it gets put up in the milk club. Knowledge, yeah. They used to be Competo candies, but now they're like little good luck charms. I don't like that my VTuber's like lagging. Probably because I've been streaming for so long, but that's okay. I want to try something. How long have you been streaming? Almost 8 hours. Unless you mean like in the lifetime of me streaming, then I think I mean like lifetime. Yeah, lifetime. Okay. I started streaming back in 2021, but I didn't go full time with it until like a year ago. So I would really only say I've been streaming for a year, but I've been around since 2021. Yeah. I just had super like on and off streams. Like I would only stream when I had time for it because I was in college and stuff. But I've really only done it, like, tried to do it full time for a year. So I'm a baby. But I try my best. I didn't bind these. Motherfucker! What? Alright. Haha, wait, I didn't, what? Oh, did I not save it? God dang it. Physics. Huh. No, this isn't set up in the way I thought it would. Oh, yes. Angle Y. And oh wait. 50. No, that's me though. It's because I'm busy and I'm exhausted from work that I rarely stream. That's so valid though. I'm luckily in a position where it's like I can stream what I work on a lot of the times. So I'm very lucky and to be able to do that. But like, no, that's totally valid. But hey, if you can live through me and I can just stream for you, like, hey, I got you. You know? Or if I can motivate you, that's also pogging. I like that. That's good. That's a good ear wiggle. I have to edit it for this though as well though. Can I change the pivot point of this? Let's see, live 2D change pivot point. Oh, I guess I could just do a rotation deformer if I wanted to. That might be a lot easier actually. Oh yeah, I wish I could fly. My chest is hurting. Wrong one. Is this different? Oh, it's like moving. Oops. Resize, you bitch. That's fine. Ah. Hey, what are you doing here? I think I at least want to get the head done tonight before I call it quits. Does that move too much? Maybe a little bit? Yeah, it's a little bit too much up. And I think it's fine down though. 50, 50, 20. Okay, I think that's good. And then I just gotta do the same for the other ear. And these two. Find, yep, ear outline. And then do this one. Add the body X. Like we just like ice. I'm telling you, you excuse. I feel like the up and down doesn't influence it as much as I would hope, to be honest. Oh, it does. Kinda. Okay. Feel like a little kid. What? This ear moves differently than this ear does. Which is a bit confusing. I'm presuming it's the way that I skinned it that's making it different, but that's okay. I can be done. Love was just a word. The entire by now. Oh, we haven't even done the eyes. I can believe that in that 2026 is less than 4 months away. Stop it! Stop it! No, that's so crazy. That's weird. That's weird to think about. It's cool, but it's weird. You know? And then, yeah. Tooth. Oh, open. And chin. Mama. I'm still standing better than I ever did. Looking like a true survivor. I also gotta get mouth open. Still standing after all this time. Picking up the pieces of my life without you by my side. Ew, no! Ah! Why would you curse me with a separation? No! That's so scary. That's really fucking scary. It's okay. But we'll all go into 2026 together, and it'll be okay. Because we got each other. And I mean that. Literally. You can message me on Discord whenever. We have movie times, and we're watching anime this weekend. This is a brand new start. I think this needs less influence. 20? Angel does, yes. It's correct. And the mantra. This one, this one. This one needs to go in both of these. Same for this one. Is my schedule lined up with one of those movie times? It's okay. This seems like fun. That's understandable. Hey, maybe one of these nights I'll just stay up super late. We'll watch some. Maybe we'll like marathon Godzilla or something. That'd be fun. I see what I'm doing. Open. Okay. Goji, my beloved. Fuck yeah. If you're down, I'm down. We can do it sometime. You have a Discord server? Also, when do you usually stream? I always start streaming at 2 p.m. PST every day from Monday through Friday, and then I stream until I get tired. So, always here, every day, Monday through Fridays. Saturdays, I might be playing D&D. I try my best to host movie nights, or movie days, I guess. But sometimes I get really tired on the weekends, so please excuse me if I don't. But because we're transitioning to anime now, like we're trying to watch the anime One Piece, I'm gonna try to be more consistent with it, but we'll see. There we go. Line without context, pick an integer 1 through 8, 6. Is 6 an integer? 6. If not, 3. I think 3 is an integer. Oh, One Piece is real! It is. Replicate parameter. Replicate. Edit parameter. That's 2. Oh, it's 2. I can just fix it. Yes. And then doing demons again. Can we get much higher? To a place where blind men see. Okay, so left. Nope. Left. It's so funny. If the One Piece is the friends we made along the way, it's so true. So true. Wait, this is the wrong one. Dance it only halfway before I get to argue. Wait, couldn't I just do like this? I think I have to do like this. Add physics. Oh. I'm eepy and got work in the early AM. Also, I got like an hour of sleep, so good night. Good night! I hope we can see you again sometime. Have a wonderful night of Eve. Thank you for hanging out. Oh my god! Chester Vixen, thank you so much for the sub. I'll be sure to put you on the list right now. I'll be putting you on the list right now, making sure that you get your due diligence. But thank you so much for the sub, and I hope you have a wonderful night, and I hope to see you again. I hope you hang out here again. I gotta find the document. Where's my document? Where's my document? It's my stream stuff document, isn't it? Did I put these in the wrong folder? Oh, this is my home. I don't know. Stream stuff. Same, you're chill. Yay! Yay, I'm glad you think so! Yippee! Yippee! We have so many of those to do. I might do those tomorrow after we do our collab. Oh, right. I was done by that. Oh. That's the wrong one to test. Okay, duplicate R X input on R open. Oh, this has to be 100. Output settings. It's kind of violent. Kind of violent. So this one. Default 0. Default. Let's make default 0.5. Maximum. 5. 5. Okay. It's very interesting. You know what? Let's edit it. Does it change? Oh my god, I don't know what button it is. Ah, okay, so it's... I just got jump checked when my phone slid off the holder. Are you okay? Are you okay? Just... Okay. Change. Oh man. 30. No, I'm dead. No, don't die, Andrea. No, I need you. Who else am I gonna watch Godzilla with? No one answer that question. No. 0, 30. Don't go crying to your mama. And the left eye. Oh, not that one, this one. Okay, I made it back to my dorm and I'll have info on what happened later if the rumor mill blesses me. Oh, I hope it does. Oh, did I forgot to do it to the other one? I did. I think it'll have a better, it'll look better once I do this. Squish. I love the name of that emote is so long. Oh, doobie doobie daba daba jibby jibby jabba jabba. Dude, it's been so long since I thought about that meme. It's so crazy to me how quickly memes come and go. Chippy chippy choppa choppa doobie doobie daba daba. Effectiveness? Maybe let's do like 20. That's better. X. Have we stretched it? What? Yeah. Oh, we shrunk it. Let me stretch it. And then this one up. And this one. At least one person passed out in the stairwell, but that's not the reason for the alarm. And I saw EMS closing curtains on the 4th floor gym. So someone either set off a fire in the 5th floor kitchen or they ate shit in the gym. What if, hear me out, both? What if both happened? Oh, I have to... This 20. Yeah, what if both? Double whammy. Yeah. There's no very specific times. This one. Wrong one. Wrong one. Wrong one. God damn it. Alright, there you go. I want to... Huh? Huh? Oh. My L open, okay. I know this one. This one. Oh. Maybe I can't do that on this. Yeah, no, I don't think I can. I'm getting ready for that, so I ain't waiting in no damn line. Understand, to this day, I'm still afraid of elevators. Elevators are kind of spooky, high-key, though. Makes sense. Sometimes I get afraid that I'll get trapped in one. Oh, wrong one. Just want to get this highlight done. I can go make something for dinner. I'm hungry, chat. I'm hungry. I want to listen to some Creepcast. I think I've done it. I think I watched an anime called Another, and that shit scared me. What's that about? What's that one about? While you tell me what that's about, I'm gonna go see who we're gonna raid. Are we still doing stuff? Are we still doing stuff? The fuck? It's a horror anime? I mean, oh shit, Slyfox time is streaming. I mean, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. A lot of gore, if I recall. I might try it out. I might watch it sometime. I think I'm gonna go raid Shy. I think Shy. What's Shy doing? I can't tell because I'm in an ad break. We will wait for the ad break to be over. But I might try that. Oh no, another. Called another. Oh shit! It's this one. Oh my god! All I know about this one is scissors porn, right? Scissor porn, right? This is that one. I don't remember. God, this is old. I remember people being like into this in like, yeah, 2012 in high school. Yeah, no, this makes sense. Didn't they have a scissor thing? I thought they had a scissor thing. I didn't think of another anime. I don't remember. Scissor porn? Yeah, like one of the girls was super into like scissors. Like cutting scissors. Not like lesbian scissors. Like cutting scissors. I don't know. That's something we can't look up on stream, unfortunately, but maybe next time. But thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I'm gonna send you over to Shy, who is doing some fun looking art. Thank you for stream. Thank you for hanging out. For me, they're having a still chill, sleepy drawing time. So go have fun over there. Here's our raid message. If you want to use it, you can. If you don't want to, you don't have to. I am gonna sit here and change it because it says the wrong thing. It should say your beans. So I'm just gonna fix that in the background. Where the fuck? Twitch redeems. Twitch redeems. Okay. Alright. I love you guys. Have a good rest of your night. Good night, everybody. Good night, good night, good night. I'm gonna change it again. Shh. Shh, 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 shh. Goodbye.